would also like to invite a representative from the IOM and a representative from the ILO to take their seats. This is not a panel discussion. It's a commentary on the presentation by the IGAD Special Envoy on the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden and Somalia. Please, can I have the ILO on his presentation? So I need ILO and IOM. Please, take your seats. We are waiting for the IGAD. Ambassador Mohamed Guyo. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our senior specialist from the ILO to take his seat as well.
Thank you, Madame Luce. Good morning, Excellency.
Bonjour vos excellences, chers délégués, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, tout protocole observé, je m'appelle Mekele Abargichov. La République fédérale démocratique de l'Éthiopie, c'est un honneur pour l'Éthiopie de modérer cette session très importante. Alors, il s'agit d'une session permettant de rappeler les instruments et les initiatives politiques l'IGAD sur la libre circulation des personnes, la main-d'œuvre, les emplois et la migration.
The first presenter or our first speaker who will be sharing his very insightful thoughts on this is His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Guya, IGAD Special Envoy on Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and Somalia. Welcome, Your Excellency. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, the chair of IGAD, let me also recognize the minister from South Sudan, distinguished partners of IGAD, ladies and gentlemen, mine is to take this opportunity to thank IGAD for giving me this special honor to participate in this expert meeting, which is building towards the third IGAD Ministerial Conference on Labor, Employment, and Labor Migration. This expert meeting will afford us opportunity to reflect on the state of play in the IGAD region, and in particular, the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden corridor. I think the starting point, discussing migration every year by this important panel of experts, or rather important technical people, as well as, of course, the first, the second, and the third ministerial meeting, of which we also expect the fourth one to be coming. It is important for us to take stock of the state of play in the IGAD region and the surrounding areas. First, it's important to recognize that IGAD is an old region with an old problem, but it is also an old region whereby migration is also one of the oldest phenomena in IGAD region, particularly in the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden, where crisscrossing on both sides were part of the lifestyle historically. At the same time, IGAD region is an evolving region with contemporary challenges as well as opportunities. But the state of play is as follows. It's important for us to take this into consideration. IGAD region used to be an island unto itself. But currently, the region is enmeshed and sandwiched between other geopolitical regions. The connection between Sahel and IGAD region can amply give us this evidence, whereby we have connection in terms of geography, geopolitics, security, economy, socio-cultural, in all manners between Sahel and the IGAD region. The current dynamics in Sudan, particularly the movements of people across Sudan into Sahel, Sahel into Sudan, the movement of logistics, ideas, and many other issues with regards to the conflict in Sudan, clearly is an example that is irrefutable. Also, the IGAD region is closely connected to the Arabian Peninsula. Historically and also currently, the state of play is such that there is some kind of significant connection between the IGAD region as well as the Gulf, the Arabian Peninsula, in terms of geopolitics, economy, socio-cultural, and many, many other things. This is important for us to take into consideration because what we are witnessing in the IGAD region is that the local region is connected more or less to the region and to the globe, as well as the globe is also connected to the region. And in fact, a phenomenon called G-local is happening across the board, both in terms of information superhighway, which has shrunk space and time, and therefore migration also, because of the social media, the availability of information is playing into these dynamics. Now, in terms of fragility and conflict, the conflict in the IGAD region is no longer the conflict of the past. The conflict in the IGAD region currently has actually become one of the most dangerous conflicts ever fought in Africa, whereby the conflict has become a forever war, and this same conflict has become a forgotten war, and the net effect is that it has also led to forgotten people. The conflict is not amenable to negotiation, mediation, and therefore once it starts, like the one in Sudan, you can see that resolution is becoming a nightmare scenario. I'm painting this picture because it's important for us to take into consideration the major displacement that is happening as a result of this sustained engagement in the warfare. The kind of, the warfare that is not amenable to mediation and negotiation, which is actually leading to a displacement of significant proportion. With displacement across the frontiers, what it means is that irregular migration become part and parcel of life of the people that are displaced. So, what is IGAD doing? And in particular, I will not dwell much on what IGAD is doing in other space, but let me focus on Red Sea and Gulf of Eden. The Red Sea and Gulf of Eden is a very important waterway that has attracted attention from many players in the world, in the region, and also the people of IGAD. It is through the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden we had old migration crisscrossing into the Arabian Peninsula as well as the Horn of Africa. The Red Sea and Gulf of Eden over the years have now become one of the most dangerous spaces, as enumerated and well articulated by IOM representative this morning. It is becoming dangerous because of the ongoing conflict in the Arabian Peninsula, our own fragility in IGAD region, and then it becomes so perfect for the hybrid non-state actors, organized crimes, piracy, smugglers, all manners of hybrid threats taking roots in that particular space. In addition, the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden, even during the Cold War, has never witnessed any interruption to the freedom of navigation. The freedom and safety of navigation was assured, despite the fact that we don't have any form of framework of cooperation. But now, several other spheres within the region has disrupted the freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden. Militarization, the presence of global powers, the presence of non-state actors in many forms, whether it's Al-Qaeda or ISIS, is also taking roots in this part of the world. So this area is actually becoming one of the most dangerous routes, just to paraphrase what the IMO representative said this morning, the most dangerous route across the global sphere when it comes to irregular migration. So these concerns, many concerns, irregular migration, safety and freedom of navigation, has led the IGAD leadership at the council as well as the summit level to deliberate on this matter with great depth and breadth in order to provide a roadmap, particularly improving a policy environment in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. To this end, the Council and the Summit established IGAD Task Force for the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden in order to provide two important instruments. One is the common position, and the second one is the regional plan of action for Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, in order to look at in depth on all manners of threats that's happening in the Red Sea arena. And by the way, during our national consultation in our member states, we found out that our member states were also raising the issue of irregular migration across the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And it was a concern shared by our member states, which we captured, and therefore, once the policy instrument is endorsed by the Council and the Summit, then we are good to go to do a strong partnership with the IGAD Migration Office, so that we are able to do a coordination, internal coordination with the Migration Office, while at the same time, in terms of political and the diplomatic sphere, we represent IGAD as directed by the heads of state and government. So this is work in progress. It is happening. It is step by step. The Red Sea and Gulf of Aden is a very sensitive area. We are trying to partner with the Gulf countries. It is work in progress. We were able to understand from the Baltic Sea Cooperation and Arctic Sea Cooperation how the framework of cooperation was developed. And it was a step by step. We are just taking that step in the right direction. And now we are engaged. The Summit of Heads of State and Government has provided already a clear direction for us to engage with all the stakeholders in the Eastern Shore, Western Shore, and all the international stakeholders who are concerned and who have a constructive engagement in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. So, as I finish, it is important to underline the following. The first one is that addressing irregular migration in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden requires a multifaceted approach. A multifaceted approach which, among others, requires, the first one is coordination and cooperation to ensure that the policy environment on both sides of the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden is in sync with each other, moving in the same direction to resolve this problem. At the same time, it is important for IGAD also, as a multilateral organization, to partner with its counterpart in the Gulf, so that we are also able, as a multilateral entities, be able to deal with this matter. It's still work in progress, that we are in the process. Already we have made outreach to establish a informal contact group for the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden on this matter, so that, among others, we try to improve the policy environment. Then also the other important aspect is to ensure that the conflicts in our region which is becoming forever war, forgotten conflict, with its own forgotten people, is also addressed by the region and also by the international community. By the way, this one is a must. If not, displacement will continue, and then we'll continue to address this thing year in, year out without any solution. So this is important, that preventive diplomacy should be the art and the tool of the game, as well as also mediation become another tool for the ongoing conflicts. The other important aspect, I will not say much, is to invest in, I've seen it in the concept note, which is already covered, and therefore I will not enumerate because of time. But there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. And by the way, there is no shortcut. I'm emphasizing this because addressing irregular migration is not a touch and go principle. It's not a touch and go principle. It's a long-term engagement, and this long-term engagement should be dynamic, should be pragmatic, and should have a leadership that will provide this in terms of both diplomatic, political, as well as technical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your on the background of IGAD's significant interventions in the region, both geopolitically and security-wise, as well as the challenges, especially in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. And congratulations on the significant progress you have been making. Now I would like to ask colleagues here for your comments on this very insightful intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you very much, Ambassador Guyo, for this excellent insight. I think you have extensively elaborated on the security dynamics and the linkage between the Sahel region, Horn of Africa, and also the Middle East region, as well as the causes of this never-ending conflicts and the subsequent suffering that it comes with. I think that's quite novel, and we would also appreciate the intervention and the work of your office towards addressing this issue in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden region. So we very much welcome that. But maybe from our end, as an international level organization, maybe our complement, even in the context of peace, security, stability, and all that, and also the topic of irregular migration. I think the most important thing is also to look into the issue, the root causes in a way. And as it's stated in a number of literature and evidence clearly show, the root causes for migration and also the root causes for challenges of security in the IGAD region and across the world for that matter have the employment dimension to it, and particularly the challenges of youth unemployment, which we are observing across the board. So from that perspective, I think in the deliberations of your work and our work with the member states, as a law, we work to address the root causes of unemployment, which will also complement the efforts and the work of your office with regard to addressing the peace and security challenges in the region and beyond. So I just would like to bring that aspect of unemployment, particularly with unemployment and its nexus with security instability, and also migration and forced displacement outside the region. Thank you.
Can you hear? All right, perfect. Madam Chair, thank you so much for giving me the microphone, but I also would like to acknowledge the dangers of giving me the microphone when it comes to the Red Sea route. I'm sure you have all understood from my passion in my opening remarks. We at IOM, we really give so much importance to this route, the Red Sea route. As I said in the opening, one of the busiest and deadliest routes in the world. But I also want to say, as my starting point, the fact that IGAD and you as the member states of IGAD, you have a special envoy on Red Sea, Gulf of Aden and Somalia, that already tells me how much dedication there is to work on this route. And I think that's one of the most important starting points. I carefully listened to the special envoy. I appreciated the two particular actions on common position and the regional plan of action. I also mentioned in my opening remarks similar points. We need a more structured, all hands on the deck approach for this Red Sea, because the numbers don't lie. The numbers show us every year we break the record of the previous year in terms of the movements we have in this route, especially when it comes to the irregular migration. Last year alone, we have recorded 441,000, so close to 500,000 movements from this region going to the Arabian Peninsula. So I think the roadmap is very clear. As the special envoy said, we need to talk. We need to have a high-level dialogue, and we need to have a plan of action. But we need to talk including everybody. Again, special envoy rightfully mentioned our counterparts on the other side of the sea in the Arabian Peninsula. I want to add also the communities, because there's a lot that we all do, including IOM, but everyone in this room. We all provide life-saving assistance and protection, because some of these migrants, especially women and accompanied children, they're very, very vulnerable. We also facilitate return, readmission and reintegration, and we try to address the root causes, because people leave for a reason. Many of them know the dangers, but they still leave. And you know, one thing that took my attention, we just started this conference. How many hours it's been? 2 hours, 3 hours? How many times I heard the same words, including young people? If you go to a conference of this type, and if you keep hearing the same words from whoever speaks, that tells you something. This region and this continent
has the highest number of young people. And if you look at the estimations, by 2050, there will be even more. And colleagues, I want to remind you, many of these people are Gen Z. And you know what I mean when I say Gen Z. I see some of you smiling. This is the youngest generation who was born to internet, grew up with social media. That must be a different way of seeing the world. Again, as a special envoy said, these people, in the palm of their hands, they see what is possible and available in other parts of the world, close or even far away. And they want to have it. Internet and social media makes them envy it, want it. I guess most of us was not born to that reality, but these young people are, and we need to understand them. I also appreciated the points around being dynamic, result-oriented, and leadership. And in this regard, I would like to again highlight the importance of having everyone on board, both here in this region, other side of the Red Sea, in the Arabian Peninsula, as well as the partners, us ourselves who are here, who are the organizers as well, right? UN agencies, NGOs, and very importantly, European Union, who invests a lot of time and support in working in this region and addressing the root causes of the problem. Because there are so many things that needs to happen simultaneously. Yes, we have to provide humanitarian assistance. Yes, we have to provide protection assistance. Yes, we have to help people to return and to have reintegration, readmission. But equally importantly, we need to address the root causes, because again, my last sentence, the numbers don't lie. There are more people choosing this dangerous journey every single year. That's why I want you to remember, every time I talk in the next 3 days, Red Sea route, one of the busiest and deadliest routes in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, both. Thank you for your constructive comments and compliments. We also thank you for your partnership and support to alleviate all those challenges mentioned. With the kind permission of His Excellency, I would like to give the opportunity for, I'm very mindful of time, so I'll give the opportunity for 3 participants to either ask questions or give comments. I'll take one question from the left and one from the middle and another one from the right side. Anyone from the side who wants to comment or ask question to His Excellency? No? In the middle? And this side? In the middle. Yes, Excellency. Thank you.
My questions goes to IOM. Of course, we are the Confederation of IGAD employers, representing the employers of the region. So we would like to understand how can we cooperate with you in solving and having our participation in solving such problems. Thank you.
That's the type of question I would like to receive. I like that. So I think there are many areas we can cooperate. Because as you rightly said, you represent a very big and important group of employers, right? So when people make the decisions to take these journeys, many of them being dangerous, I think you have the power, the facilities, opportunities, and networks to reach out to the communities of these people. Because
Because a lot of what we do is community-based, reaching out to every single person by using whatever method, channel, tool we have in place. That's why I said it's all hands on the deck. You know, let's declare a war against people suffering. It's 2025. We don't want people to suffer, especially women and children. So my recommendation, and I really appreciate you asked this question. My recommendation and request is to find a way, because every country's dynamic is different, right? And decisions are made based on different reasons. Some are employment, some are because of climate adaptation, some are because of the insecurity in the places where they work. And some of them are because they cannot see hope. Yes, they still have some sort of employment, but it's not enough. And they can't see the hope. That's why they make those decisions. So I would greatly appreciate with your organization, our organization, and many of the others who are present here today, if we can have a mapping, country-based, you know, what channels, tools, and facilities we have available, and basically attack all of them all together in a coordinated manner. That will possibly give us a lot of leverage, a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A question or comments from the side? Okay, a second chance at the middle, all right.
Okay. I'm looking at the mobile ones. Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to thank the speaker, our special envoy, Dr. Guyo has make a very clear description. I think for all the stakeholders here present is an opportunity to try to improve or reinforce, what we already achieved in the past. Because I think it's our third ministerial now, and every time we are, improving, strengthening the rules. The Red Sea route is very critical, a very dangerous, route for our regions. And I think we need to put on the table all the stakeholders, origin to the destination, because the youth who is going there, they are looking for hope. They are expecting to find a better situation than what they have. So as, member state, a regional body, we have the responsibility to work within us and with the partners, and also with the private sector, with all the stakeholders to find, sustainable solutions. And I think these sustainable solutions, if we focus, the root causes that you mentioned, Madam, from the IOM, I think it's very important to see these young people who is dying in the ocean, in the sea. Already we invested. They are educated, so most of them, they are educated. They are communicating. It's not ignorant people, no. Now it's the people that are living from the town, not from the deep, cities. They are coming from the capital. They are coming from the main cities to connect other cities to, try to find a better situation. So I think for all of us is today very important moment to reflect, to make the contribution input to see what is the weakness, the threats, and try to put on the table of this ministerial all the critical point to have the guidance of our leaders. This is very important. I think everybody knows perhaps we have in part of the solution. So if we put together the puzzle, I think with the time and with giving also the will, we can I think found in a durable solution I think for this critical subject. I can stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for capitalizing on what His Excellency has been expressing. Now, I think His Excellency will be leaving us for another pressing engagement. I would like you all to thank him and a round of applause to him, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good day. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Madam Lucy Dashbacher, IGAD Chief of Technical Advisor for Free Movement of Persons, for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for leading the just concluded session. So, how do you do it? Distinguished delegates, I will just take you briefly through the aspects that give you the background of why we are here today in the IGAD Third Ministerial Conference on Labor, Employment and Labor Migration. And I'm glad to note that there are some very distinguished experts of IGAD member states who have been with us, with IGAD Secretariat, ILO, IOM, the trade unions for the last 8 years, discussing the IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. Legal Counsel Abdi Nasir, I seem very active talking in the room. And then also Commissioner Josephine, Agnes Igoe, and also the team from Government of Kenya, Djibouti, South Sudan, Sudan, who is not here. But you have been very active in the progress or the progression of the development of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons in IGAD region. I will not dwell so much on the contextual background that has been already presented, but what I would like to highlight is that IGAD started with drought in 1986, but then in 1996 it was revised to encompass all aspects of development, peace and prosperity. And so in a bid to address the different challenges in our region, the agreement of 1996 became more of a development agreement, but also with the foundation of addressing drought and promoting resilience being a key aspect of IGAD work in the region. Distinguished delegates, the challenges of our region have been highlighted by both the high-level panel that opened the session, and then also just the ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Guyo, the special envoy, and also the speakers before me. But this region is a fragile region, fragile from natural causes, climate-related natural disasters, but also man-made vulnerabilities. You have a climate extremes. There is a year in which we registered about 53 degrees around Djibouti. As I said, I live in Djibouti. I have seen the hottest weather there. I've also seen the coolest still in Djibouti. So climate change is also affecting our region. And so it's a region that requires very deliberate attention too. We have high population growth rates, unemployment, and we are very blessed with a 60% youthful population. But this population is also a population that places demands on governments to make sure that they are employed, they are not unemployed. In the context of this meeting, I just want to refresh ourselves on the protocol on free movement of persons in IGAD region. The objective of the protocol is to facilitate the implementation of the agreement establishing IGAD towards the progressive realization of free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment, according to Article 7B. This protocol, of course, being a regional economic community, is aligned to the Continental Protocol. Distinguished delegates, IGAD states have been seized on this matter since August 2017 until now. And these were the very big milestones that we met towards the realization of the adoption of the protocol by IGAD Council of Ministers in 2021. And now today, the Secretariat is glad to report that the 5 countries out of 7 active members of IGAD have signed the protocol. The first signature came from the Republic of Sudan in Khartoum, the second from the Republic of South Sudan in Juba, and the third came from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, actually in Khartoum, and then the fourth came from the Federal Republic of Somalia in Mogadishu, and most recently in May last year, the government of Uganda and signed the protocol. Excellencies, the protocol follows international standards of treaty making. It's an international law, it's a regional law, and therefore these are the aspects of the protocol. And this protocol is actually in your flash drive. We've been able to share with you a digital copy in your flash drive. So Article 4 is very important for you, that it is progressive realization and implementation. Member states can respond to the implementation of the aspects of the protocol according to their capabilities. Because we recognize in the region, we have states which are very stable, but also those who are either in conflict or emerging out of conflict. His Excellency Ambassador Guyo just elaborately highlighted the situation in the region. The right of entry, stay and exit, you're aware that some of our member states used to charge exit visas, but we are saying our citizens should choose places of abode and choose places of residence, and they should be given that right of entry, stay and exit, with a characteristic denominator of a free movement regime, which is the abolition of a visa requirement. Travel documentation for the protocol as it is, member states agreed that they would use the current internationally recognized ICAO standardized documents. There was no need to have an IGAD passport. But as you will see later on in the progression of the conference, the IGAD Secretariat has reconsulted and is going to propose to you the use of the IGAD single visa for non-IGAD travelers, but also an interoperable identity card. Designated points of entry and exit are very important and also highlight to us the aspect of the opposite of that. Irregular migration through unmarked routes, undesignated routes, and it is a big challenge in our region. We have a porous situation, porous root situation. We were speaking about the right to work. ILO, the technical assistance partner of IGAD, is supporting IGAD towards ensuring IGAD member states gain this right of establishment, the right of self-employment, developing enterprise, and developing any other economic activity that is non-criminal in nature in any country of choice of any citizen. And then also on Article 9 and 10, it not only gives us the issues of right to work, but broadens it to encompass issues of skilling, issues of education of migrants, and recognition of accreditation, qualification, certification. I already mentioned on number 5, the right to host in any country. This is a very important right because our country is fragile. Right now we are resident of about 5.9 million refugees. We have about 17 million IDPs resident in our region and asylum seekers. Now, we don't even know for sure how many economic migrants we have in the region and how many stateless persons. My director mentioned that in his remarks earlier in the opening ceremony. That basically means that the right to reside in a host country of one's choice gives you an opportunity not necessarily to go for asylum, not necessarily to become a refugee, but on the principle of Ubuntu, to stay in a country where you're safe, where you can sleep well, where you can engage in agriculture, where you can engage in enterprises and have gainful employment and gainful income, and you're not necessarily an asylum seeker, you're not necessarily a refugee, so that you develop your full potential. Now, I do not know what has happened to, okay, now I understand. So we also have general provisions on protection of migrants or travelers, movement of persons with specific vulnerabilities, and this is where we bring in the Red Sea issue. This article specifically enjoins member states to pay attention to irregular migration, to pay attention to men, women, and children who are moving on these irregular routes, who are trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants, to be considered as a transnational crime, and for the member states with the technical assistance agencies to intervene. And that's why this time in the 3rd IGAD Ministerial Conference, together with ILO and IOM, we made a deliberate decision to mainstream this aspect of the movement of persons in our region in the discussions of the conference, and hopefully get concrete outcomes and concrete directives to the Secretariat and the technical assistance agencies from you member states. The free movement of students and researchers had mentioned the issue of education, and then also the free movement of residents of border communities. These are people who have lived over the years. For them, there are no borders. But at the same time, conventional statehood means that they have to have a form of recognized movement. So I think our sister REC, the EAC, they have border passes. But you can imagine you have a border pass, but in the morning you're crossing over to greet your relative. You're coming back with onions. Then in the afternoon, there's a wedding party. You cross again the same day. You come back again, and then tomorrow. So the issue of border communities were also discussed as special communities needing specific attention on movement. I think also with this, in this context, it's more about ensuring that there's security and that non-criminal elements do not take advantage of that traditional cross-border movement. A special article, the only legislation in the world, is Article 16. IGAD was founded as a response to drought and disasters. Man-made disasters, human disasters. In 1986, it was the famine, the great famine of the area, the drought. And so this article enjoins member states to support persons who are forcibly displaced as a result of disasters. And this can be from any country at any one time, and member states said they will particularly be able to support these persons until such a time comes when they are able to go back to their places of residence. What comes to many people's minds is this: are they not refugees? No, they are not refugees, because the convention, the Refugee Convention, 1951, defines refugees very well. Persons affected by disasters are different from refugees. And for IGAD, it was very important to have a specific article addressing this gap so that these persons can be supported. These can be persons who have been affected by a cyclone, affected by drought, affected by locust incursion. I think you know about the locusts, the big ones. Huh? Recently, we had a locust invasion, I think 2 years ago. And that basically decimated crops, food crops along the path they were moving on. Article 17 refers to two instruments: the IGAD Convention on Extradition and the IGAD Convention on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters. These two conventions are of 2012, and they've been ratified by the government of Djibouti and the government of Ethiopia. Now, if we would like to intervene in the Red Sea route on tip and som, trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants, it would interest you member states to examine these two conventions, see that you fast track their ratification and domestication and their applicability in the region, so that you can address the issues of transnational organized crime as a region with a firm legal foundation of these two conventions. On matters of expulsion, deportation, and voluntary repatriation, we have, member states have agreed to go by the standard OAU convention, which protects our citizens against mass expulsion. And therefore, they have a very moderate provisions for grounds for expulsion and principles governing expulsion, which do not contradict the provisions of the OAU Convention, which protects Africans against mass expulsion. Same to deportation. The use of motorized vehicles and protection of property in host member states and remittances. This reinforce the right to establishment, the right to investment, the right to setting up of businesses across borders, and therefore the right to have gainful, a right to have income and gainful employment that is protected, gainful business that's protected by the host member states and across borders. This is the implementation mechanism, which is basically the responsibility of member states and the IGAD Secretariat to monitor and support them with technical assistance from different technical assistance agencies, as well as IGAD experts itself. The roadmap for protocol implementation is progressive. As we said, it's phased out in 4 phases. The right of entry, abolition of visa is the immediate one. Movement of workers follows. The right to residence and the right to establishment. But it would interest you that even now as we speak, families move across our region from fragile states, from different corners of the region to those countries where they think they can live safely. Find men, women, and small children, a family of 8 in Entebbe airport, and they will just go and join their friends in Uganda and live there. But what we're also saying is that this movement also has to be safe, regular, and orderly. Excellencies, the next steps basically is that we would like to mobilize the government of the Republic of Djibouti and the government of Kenya to consider signing bilateral agreements with any countries of IGAD member states of their choice. Because right now they've submitted to the Secretariat that they are not able to sign the protocol itself. But the signing of bilateral agreements is a practice they're already involved in. Republic of Djibouti has a bilateral with Ethiopia. Republic of Kenya has a bilateral agreement with Ethiopia. And I think this is a very good model as well that we can encourage with the Republic of Djibouti and Kenya as they study the protocol on free movement of persons in IGAD region. For the 5 countries that signed the protocol, we appeal to you, Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Josephine, to ratify this protocol as soon as possible. And then the same to the Republic of South Sudan, the same to Legal Counsel Abdel Nasir from Somalia, and then also Ethiopia. So shortly the Secretariat will come to the capital cities. We'll begin with Somalia. I think you're ready for us towards the ratification of this protocol on free movement of persons. And then, of course, subsequent domestication and implementation according to your national legal processes. So the long-term programming is quite extensive, and it involves a lot of technical expertise I have already highlighted. I just want to show you a small video of one of the activities that we executed under this project, and then I will speak to you briefly about the phase 2 of the program, which has started today. So if you will allow me, I'll just play a short video. I think it will refresh you. Thank you, delegates. How am I supposed to play this video? Where is Melissa? Oh, okay. There's no volume. The volume. Thank you very much for thank you very much for viewing one activity that the IGAD Secretariat was able to undertake with IGAD member states, border police, and immigration police. And this activity will continue even in the second phase of the program, which starts today, actually. So the Djibouti Declaration on Labor Employment and Labor Migration, again, a copy of it is in your flash drive. And if you have not received, Samuel is available to give it to you. Samuel is over there. Why we formulated the Djibouti Declaration with member states is because of the global demands on migrant labor. We can specifically highlight the Gulf corridor. the need for addressing institutional and structural gaps and the policy gaps, as well as legal gaps. Through the Djibouti Declaration, we've been able to achieve all this, including the third session of ministers. Now, the program for the implementation of this Djibouti Declaration combines the aspect of labor employment and labor migration, and then the implementation of the provisions of the IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, beginning with the legislation process with member states. And we have had also a progressive approach towards realizing the Djibouti Declaration on labor employment and labor migration. Now, the project that has convened us or reconvened us this time is again supporting the development of the free movement regime of persons, but also livestock in our region. And the term we use is the transhumans. This program starts now and ends in 2028. Our focus is on the legal process. As I said already to the capital cities, we are coming to you to pursue ratification and domestication of both protocols, free movement of persons and transhumans, for those countries that have already signed these protocols. And then we are reconvening, like now, to pursue the implementation of the Djibouti Declaration. So the legal is combined with the programmatic aspects of our work. The results are here. It's very clear. We have discussed extensively on what we hope to achieve at the end of our deliberations, not just in activity, but also as a follow-up mechanism. We have a very structured program management technical team. We have also the member state steering group, technical working groups, the management team of the project itself, and implementation modalities. In this specific program, ILO is the technical assistance agency to IGAD. And you are now seeing IOM also coming in on the aspects of the Red Sea route, or the eastern route of irregular migration, because together with IGAD, we visited the Red Sea route. I was actually part of the delegates who moved with the EU, and courtesy of IOM, they took us through from Djibouti, Tajura, to Obok, to Korangara. There is a crossing point up, and we also witnessed the footmarks of migrants that you can see with their clothing all over the desert. We also visited a mass grave of children, young people who had died in the desert, 16 of them buried in a mass grave. We witnessed boats that had been destroyed, of course, by the Marine Force in a bid to try to control smugglers. I saw all these things, and the idea is that we cannot just watch it. We must intervene, and so we have mobilized IOM to work together with them towards an intervention on this route. So this program is a progressive program. We are already branching off towards the Red Sea, and we hope from there we can develop much more robust programs that will address the different issues in our region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you, Madam Lucy, for the very elaborated and descriptive presentation. I would say a lot has been achieved so far. It really encourages us all to hear about all the progressive moves in the IGAD region in accelerating the implementation of these policy instruments. And thank you again. You showed us the inside scoop of what has been done so far, with indications that there is a long way to go. With that, let me take comments from our development partners on what has been presented, if you have any. Thank you.
Working? Yes, okay. Thank you so much. I just want to say a few things on the protocol on free movement of people. I want to say that it might be revolutionary. We know that such protocols are not easy, it is time consuming, it is complicated, it's a complex process to put together anywhere in the world, anywhere. However, if you look at the articles and the vision behind it, it may really be revolutionary. The free movement of workers, right of residence, property, and a lot of the other ideas and principles behind it can help to decrease the irregular migration. Because if there are systems designed with people in mind, with people in the center of it, people will likely take it because they will see it's a win-win. I also want to emphasize the power of data, because a lot of this goes back to data and how it can be used by the member states, but also IGAD as a regional organization. That's what I was here today, data. And also, of course, remittance, because we know we have the figures and it's public, you would all also have it, how important those remittances are for many of the communities in this region, how helpful this protocol can be. And lastly, I was looking at the phase. You remember the slide, the 4 phases, the timeline until we have the free movements. And when I was looking at the slide, I was imagining ourselves sitting here in 2037, Lucy, right? Phase 4. 2037, if I understand correctly, when the whole phase by process is completed. I was just imagining having this conference again and looking at the achievements that IGAD and yourselves as the member states could have. And one last point, I can't help but be proud when I watched the video of the training at the Africa Capacity Building Center in Tanzania. I mean, the slide was saying IOMs, Africa Capacity Building Center, yes, IOMs, but actually, no, yours. It's a center designed and dedicated to you and any kind of capacity building needs that any member states or organizations may have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, again. I think it's unfortunate that Ambassador Guyo left us, but maybe I would like to connect the presentation I was made by Ambassador Guyo earlier and maybe the presentation that's made by Lucy now. So I think it's obvious, the factors and the figures, and what we also see in our eyes, what's happening in the Red Sea route is really tragic. It's clear that it's not only the most busiest, but it's also the deadliest. For anyone who has gone to Djibouti, Tajura, or even the way to the crossing point, you will see young people walking in the desert with 45 degrees, even more, going up to 50. That's really catastrophic. And in that journey, it's obvious, many of them will lose their life. And this we have heard heard it quite a number of times in the media. We have read reports about the challenges in the route, but also the magnitude of the problem and also the number of lives that we are losing every day, every month, and every year round. But in the context, and given the fact that the majority of them are migrating in search of greener pasture or improved employment opportunities, it's also important to see the other part of the migration corridor. What's happening in the Middle East and what is the situation of these migrant workers who had at least made it to the other side of the corridor. I think it's important to bring that aspect of the conditions of these migrant workers in the countries of destination, particularly those who are in conditions of irregular migration, and bring that aspect into the conversation in this broader context. Because even if they manage to make it across the border, the conditions of work and the challenges that they experience in the other side of the corridor, particularly in many GCC and countries and the Arab states. Reports indicate that it even amounts to a condition of forced labor. And maybe if I may pick the common phrase, and also this was reiterated in the pre-meeting yesterday, the conditions of work and the experience of these migrant workers amount to a modern day slavery. So as we speak and talk about the humanitarian needs en route, it's also important to bring that aspect of the challenging situation of migrant workers in countries of destination. And from that perspective, I think in the context of the Djibouti Declaration, particularly on protection of migrant workers, I think we will be there to provide support to the IGAD Secretariat, to the member states, in addressing some of the fundamental challenges related to working conditions and situations of migrant workers in the countries of destination. So maybe on this one, just to complement, my colleague Lucy has done an excellent job in terms of the 8 years journey. But one important point I would like to highlight is also the adoption of the program for Djibouti Declaration in the second Ministerial Conference on Labor and Employment and Labor Migration, which took place in Addis Ababa in 2023. So building on that commitment and the recommendation of that conference, I think, as Lucy indicated, we have worked hand in hand to come up with the second phase of the free movement of persons and transhumans in the IGAD region. But as you all recall, I think the program for the implementation of Djibouti Declaration covers quite a number of pertinent topics related to labor, employment, and labor migration. So started that journey. We have accomplished part of your commitments, but we will still need to do a bit more to implement this project and also come up with another initiative that will address the other aspects of the Djibouti Declaration. Last but not least, I think when it comes to the free movement, the IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, I'm sure everyone in this room and even outside will agree with me. I think the protocol is the most progressive compared to the other instruments we have in the continent. It speaks to the needs and challenges of the region, including climate change, Article 60, which Lucy has emphasized. I think it's to the service of our citizens, to the interest of the member states, to the interest of the social partners, to really fast track the next steps with regard to the ratification and the implementation of the protocol. So in that regard, again, as ILO, we have been together in this long journey, and in the coming 3-4 years, we will also accompany IGAD Secretariat and the member states at the endeavor and navigate through the next steps of ratification and domestication. Of course, maybe in this regard, the ILO is a normative agency with more than 190 conventions. So we will bring our expertise and experience with regard to the ratification, and will be at your service as you move to the next steps. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both for affirming the progressive move and the very important points raised. Dear participants, I don't like to hold you anymore. So I think we should wind up here as lunch is also approaching. Please thank my colleagues here on stage, and I also thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Madame Lucy for that excellent work on coming up with the free movement of persons protocol and transhumans. But my comment is that, yes, you talked about its progressivity and how we are implementing this in phases. And my view is that the phases are really long. I looked at the one for free movement of workers, 2031. It is really long. And yet you said its ratification should ensure the implementation of issues to do with transnational organized crime. I'm wondering whether we'll have to wait that long. I'm thinking that perhaps we could take other initiatives, like encouraging member states within IGAD to ratify the relevant protocols on transnational organized crime, i.e. the UN protocol on trafficking in persons, especially women and children, and the UN Convention on Smuggling of Migrants. I thank you.
Yes, please.
And thank you very much for the moderator and Louis, who has presented the protocols and how to implement these protocols. And as Somalia, we have made some development in terms of in the preparatory phase of the protocol. In terms of the, border security and enhancement of border security, and also we have made ETAS visa ETAS. We have launched a visa ETAS online visa to apply online before come, but there are some countries who are excluded, who has the exceptional acceptance, which based on bilateral agreement. So this bilateral agreement is part of the preparation of the free movement of protocol. That include Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, and other, and some, and Djibouti. So that is based on reciprocity based. Others, they have to come with ETAS online. In other area of the in labor migration, and we have made, and we have a number of bilateral agreements with Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. And employment agencies in 2021, and the Ministry of Labor, they have stopped the existing employment agencies due to some problems. But now, there are the employment agency, the policy of employment agencies has been formulated from the Ministry of Labor and approved by the Council of Ministers. And also there is 21 employment agencies who are registered by the government of Somalia. There is also a committee between, Saudi Arabia and Somalia, who will make a follow-up the implementation of the employment agencies and the solution of any discrepancies arise in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Observations and questions. First questions. I don't want to make assumption because I've tried to educate myself on it, but so that it helps us more. What would be the difference between signing and ratifying a protocol? One, without assumptions. Two, is that if IGAD member states none is ratifying, can we, IGAD, really, for those that have not even signed, I just want to ask, without the diplomacy of it, what were the reasons that's okay, we cannot sign this document? What were the adduced reasons? Why I'm saying this is because in the course of our advocacy for the ratification of the African Union Free Movement Protocol, and okay, I think I can mention names here because they are also not here. I spoke to a government of Namibia and Zimbabwe on why they are not moving in ratifying this. And some of the things they told me struck me really hard. And their reasons suggested that we might need to revisit the protocol to have a frank and open discussion as to the concerns of member states. I'm tempted to feel that maybe that is also what we are seeing with the IGAD member state. Because as we know for the African Union, the RECs are the implementing blocks of the AU. If we get it right at the RECs, then the AU is likely to be a domino effect. So we are really concerned about why we are not doing this. Chair, on the question of the Red Sea and the movement and the desperation, it is clear for us to an extent, and we don't want to excuse them, why people are moving. Socioeconomic issues are real, and they are worsening now in the last 3 years, post-COVID, where our economies have not fully recovered. And for a number of households, jobs were lost during this COVID period. These jobs have not come back. And so a lot of persons have faced further desperation and they wanted to adapt. So we might need to do more about that. But to do that, we mean we don't want to lament these things. We want to be pragmatic about them. Can we take TVET seriously to another level, where we say, for you that have lost certain job in this area, can we provide you a skill in a different way that you can still be relevant for yourself? Can we improve social protection provision? Because in the interim where there are no jobs, people must survive. So what happens to means of continuing to keep body and soul together on survival? This is why we as trade unions, we have been pushing African creditors to say, please, the debt is affecting Africa's government possibility to finance social protection. Can you give some kind of moratorium on debt so that we can be able to finance social protection? The final one, Chair, is that the legal pathways are still too hard. The legal pathways to other parts of our neighboring continent, they are too rigid. And when you continue to make legal pathways rigid, people that are desperate to move would devise means to move. So we might also need to have discussion around that. Thank you.
Thank you. But please be brief for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, Lucy, for this wonderful presentation. Madam Lucy talked about the Obok region. You talked about the Obok region and the Red Sea migratory routes. Everyone agrees that this route is extremely dangerous. It's true. And so we have some experience with this regard. The youth coming from Ethiopia go through the mountains because they fear being arrested by the police. They don't know the way, and most of them die along this road. We see a lot of dead bodies, we see dead children, we see a lot of dead youth who got lost while crossing the mountains. They die of hunger, they die of thirst. I think that the IGAD member countries have enough natural mineral resources. So we need to have a paradigm shift. We need to think together to get solutions to problems that are ours. Solutions are not far from us. We have the resources. We have the necessary resources. We have an educated youth. 70% of our population is made up of the youth. We need to channel the experience of this youth, the education of this youth, to help us come out of these challenges. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the productive and constructive comments. And I'll give the mic to Madam Lucy to briefly address questions raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I think I picked the notes on the different interventions. For the Republic of Uganda, Council Josephine actually was giving guidance, much more than really asking. She was of the opinion that we proposed a very lengthy period for the implementation of the different phases of the roadmap for realization of the protocol. Maybe the only thing I would mention is that those approximate years were just approximates by the member states. They thought they should not be so stringent, given that some of our member states are actually fragile, while others have functional governance systems because of either they're emerging out of war or conflict. They're just new governments, and so they try to give everyone a little bit of time so that member states are not under duress to implement when they have no capacity. Then the other thing I would like to mention is that member states also said those who can advance and fast track implementation of certain phases should do so. 4 out of 7 IGAD member states are actually in the EAC, and you're already enjoying a free movement regime. So that means you're only extending the courtesies or the policies of free movement regime to the other 3 countries. That is Republic of Sudan. If you look at our country, Uganda, that would be Republic of Sudan, that would be Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia also just joined the ESC, so now you're left with 3 only that you'd have to discuss the issue of visa abolition, maybe even on a bilateral basis between these countries as a progressive step towards free movement, complete abolition of visa. And so we agree with you completely about the fast tracking of the legal instruments against organized transnational crime. And we took note, you mentioned the UN instruments. I'm not really appraised of how many member states have already ratified the UN instruments. Maybe I would check also with Agnes, our expert on trafficking and smuggling in persons. And then also the 2 conventions of IGAD, which are also the much more very practical 2 conventions that I mentioned that have only been signed by the Republic of Djibouti and Ethiopia. Now, Somalia updated us on how far they've gone with regard to the immigration system. Thank you so much, Council, also with regard to the BLS and how you're trying to govern the private employment agencies. Again, ILO is, I think, seized on that matter of labor governance, good practices, the conventions, the standards with the government of Somalia. For ITUC, Comrade Joel has raised very interesting questions. First, you asked me what are the reasons for non-signature. Now, both of the republics who have not yet signed the IGAD protocol on free movement of persons are in the room. My senior, the Secretary General of Djibouti, in charge of immigration, is here. And then this is directly under him. And then also Commissioner is here from the Republic of Kenya. But the official reason Djibouti gave us, also similar to government of Kenya, is that they are still studying the protocol with regard to their own national policies on movement of persons. So the Secretary General can again, he can brief us a little bit more, and then also Commissioner can make a comment. For the AU protocol on free movement of persons, I think it goes just like the IGAD protocol. It's again an appeal to IGAD member states to consider ratifying both protocols. Because if you ratify the regional one, you may as well ratify the continental one. And if you've signed as 5 countries, ratification should also be able to follow. We are aware that none of our member states have actually ratified the AU protocol, not even one. And yet you all endorsed it. You adopted it in Kigali in January 2018. So Councillor Josephine, I think you have to look at this issue in depth. Also Kenya, which is very progressive when it comes to free movement of persons in Africa. And more so, one of our experts, speakers this morning mentioned, it is closely tied to the CFTA. You cannot have trade without the movement of persons who move with those goods and services. It's one coin with 2 faces. People moving with those goods and services. So it's free movement of persons on one face, and the other one is free movement of goods and services. So it defeats us to ratify the CFTA. I think, how many ratifications do we have now, Joel? About 44. No, on the CFTA. 50 out of 54 member states of AU ratified the CFTA, and only 4 have ratified the free movement of persons protocol. So we have to relate the free movement of persons with trade in goods and services and connectivity of the continent with regard to infrastructure, with regard to communication. It's a whole package. So let us try to rethink our approach. We've appreciated the submission by Comrade Joel on the issue of the movement of people out of despair. And our region progressively got desperate after the COVID pandemic, where the economy is really contracted, but also because of the cyclic conflict and violence in the region. It's a good recommendation to pursue the issue of debt relief for member states, and then also advocate for more relaxed regular pathways for migration. The Secretary General of Djibouti, His Excellency, has really spoken to us about the Red Sea route and is here in the house for the next 3 days and is going to continue to give us very deep insights because he manages the route on a daily. I visited the route a couple of times, but for him, it's his daily business to manage this route. So I would like to request through you, Chair, that maybe the comment on why Djibouti has not signed the protocol, the inquiry, and also government of Kenya, you could just highlight, respond to that inquiry, Secretary General.
Thank you, Lucy. Would you like to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Madam Lucy. You know, in Djibouti, we have 240,000 irregular migrants who live in Djibouti. So currently, we are preparing the registration of these people. We have migrants who are potentially dangerous for our country. So right now we're thinking about registering people who could be useful to our economy. So I cannot really say how many people are going to be registered. This will depend on the needs of our economy. Now, with regard to ratification, we're still studying the protocol, and we will be in a position to provide a statement very soon, inshallah.
Thank you, Excellency. Kenya, thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair. Kenya would like to state that we are in the process of considering ratification, and we recognize the requirements of the instruments. However, for us to go ahead and ratify, we are bound by our laws and the Constitution, and the obligation requires us to put it through a rigorous process of public participation, involvement of stakeholders, and to get the views of everybody. And this then, therefore, is not something we can do right away, but we appreciate the values and the requirements in the instruments. And all that we can say at this moment is that we are studying the instruments because it has implication for different sectors, and we have to get all this as a matter of constitutional and legal requirement. We have a law, the National Treaty and Ratification Act, that requires that process, but above all, we have the Constitution, and which then we are bound to follow. It may take a little longer, but in spirit, we align to the requirements of the treaties.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I think we wrap it up here. One more. All right, okay, let me give this to the IGAD Director. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just, I wanted to mention that we have ratified the convention of UNTOC. Somalia has ratified, and also we have drafted a combat which is in line in line with the UNTOC, and it is supplementary protocols of TIP and SOM. And that law, we have taken a best practice, the anti-trafficking law of Kenya and Uganda, which is very strong, really. So that we are planning to finalize before the end of the year. So the objective of that law is to tackle the trafficking in persons and the smuggling and other migration-related crimes. And that's just, I wanted to answer the Lucy, you know, she wanted to know those who has been ratified the UNTOC conventions. Thank you.
Thank you. You had to say a few things? Yeah. All right, Director.
Thank you so much. I think we have to make a break for the lunch. I think it's the last intervention. Just to say that the presentation is very important and the discussion are very important because, you know, this labor and migration are very critical for our regions. We are feeling threats when we are talking irregular migrants and when we are talking migrants. But I think this threat can be transformed into opportunities for our regions. Why? Because if you see the Western countries and Japan today, they lack workforce because they don't have young people. We have energy, we have young people, and we have potential because IGAD region is very strategic, very rich region. So now, why in this critical area we are very slow in terms of implementation, in terms of ratification? Because if you see the different example, European Union or other parts of the world, where the achievements and the results is very high, is when the economic gains is there. So the economic gains, it comes just with the regional economic integration. Now we are at the last stage for the ratification of our new treaty. And I think the hope is now we are laying the foundation. It's very important that the stakeholder, member state, and the others has a discussion as well as with the partners. It's very important because now we are trying to find solution. We are trying to set up the rule. We are trying to prepare the policy development, the harmonization. This is very important. We are talking now why Djibouti is not ratified. I think every member state has, you know, a strategic interest. And there is also somewhere a transition period that we have to give the member state to take the decision because internally they have to resolve some challenges. This is very important. The IOM representative, she talked the power of data. IGAD now is advancing the data collection in migration, in labor, in different areas. We are now trying to work to make, you know, systematic, you know, the collection of the data, and we are working with the member state, their focal point in the different area, and this is very important because if you don't know the dimension of the problem, you cannot plan, you cannot resolve, you cannot give solution. So I think just to say that what we are doing is very important. let advance is, and I think we can advance within this today, our discussion, and well elaborate it to strengthen and propose something for the minister. Over to you, I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for the very good conclusion. I think we have to wrap it now. So we go for lunch from here. Any announcements? Lunch. So let's go to lunch. Thank you so much, everyone, for your active participation. And thank you, colleagues on the stage, for your very constructive and productive presentations and comments and discussions. Thank you, everyone. We return at 3 p.m. Please be on. Thank you.
sounds you love. Take your playlists anywhere with offline downloads, or play your song of the moment again and again with unlimited repeats. Get all the music without hearing audio ads on Spotify Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
And I swear to you, I do for you. Girl, I do, girl, I do, yeah. And I swear to you, I do.
Magic. Magic.
Check.
Nó giá về có gì đấy ai có gì để tao bảo tao nó là cái gì yo ni kama ni online basi yako ndio nimekutambua kana tudili ni mfupi sana inatoka nataka kujua ni gani Ikaw kasi mama online. Di online. Hah? Ah, bagus. Ada apa mood? Mood dah.
take the lead of the next session, which will be on labor, employment, and labor migration dynamics in the IGAD region. Kindly.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch. The lunch was great. I enjoyed it myself. And I welcome you to the afternoon session. And the session we have this afternoon, which will run for 1 hour, it's a session that will set the scene in terms of the very all-important topic of labor employment and labor migration dynamics in the IGAD region. And we will have an overview given to us by two very able gentlemen. So I'd like to call them to join me to the podium, to join me up here. I want to invite a gentleman who has worked in this field for a very long time, who is an employment specialist, is responsible for Eastern and Southern African region, country office for South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini, who has joined us here on behalf of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Jelas Shirove. Kindly welcome Mr. Jelas Shirove. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished gentlemen and ladies, and good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I was afraid of this graveyard session actually, as I saw the program being delayed. But I was not lucky. We are supposed to set the scene for the important discussion of the next 1.5 days. And I hope that all of us will stay awake. Our presentation will be in 2 parts, if you like 2.5 parts. I will focus more on the employment part component of the presentation. My colleague Ephraim will focus on the labor migration. And I think also part of setting the scene will also continue tomorrow morning with my other colleague Thomas, who will focus on the labor standards part. So I hope we move like that, and because we are a diverse group here, as I see, with translation, I will try to simplify the messages from my side, because we had prepared for a 1.5-hour session, but now we don't have that time. So what I will be doing at every is just to give the main message that I would like us to live with. And the first part of what I will talk about is really to make sure we are talking about the same issues when we talk about employment dynamics in the sub-region. And from a definition perspective, in ILO nowadays, we separate what is called work with what you call employment. So work involves activities that entail production of goods and services in a country. So all activities that entail services is defined as work. But as we know, goods and services may be produced for own use, or may be produced for use by other entities or by other units. So if production of goods and services is meant for own use, in our current definition of employment, that is not employment. I want us to keep this point clear, because when we talk about unemployment rates, we are talking about what happens within the blue box there. They can be production, we'll be talking about production of goods and services for use by other units which involves remuneration or profit. So for pay or for profit. Let us keep this in mind when we talk about employment. So we know you can produce goods and services for use by other units and you don't get paid. It can be maybe for volunteering. It can be what in some countries, prison services, you are asked to do some activities, you are not paid. That is not employment. So when you talk about employment, we are limiting ourselves in that space, the blue space. I think that is the message from this slide. And when we say what is unemployment, or who is the person who is unemployed, how do we come up with a figure of unemployment? And it's also very important to understand this, because oftentimes it is called the ILO definition of employment. It is not the ILO definition of employment. It is a definition that is agreed upon actually by labor statisticians. In other words, national statistics agencies from all countries, they meet in an international conference of labor statisticians, they come up with these standards. ILO will serve as a secretariat to that body. That's why sometimes it is called the ILO definition of unemployment. So, for you to be called unemployed, you have to meet 3 criteria, all of them together, at the point that statisticians are coming to collect data or to conduct a labor force survey. Are we together so far? 3 criteria, all of them. Number 1, you are not in employment, which means you are not involved in production of goods and services for use by others, for pay or for profit. Number 2, you are seeking. Number 3, you are available for work. These are the 3 that you must meet. And according to them, if you meet 2 only, you are not counted as unemployed. Tuko pamoja? Are we together? Sorry for translators. Tuko pamoja means are we together? So, if you meet 1 or 2 only, and you don't meet all the 3, you are not counted as unemployed. You are counted as something else. So, when we talk about employment rate, and we have counted the people who are defined as unemployed, we are talking about people who meet all these criteria at a point a labor force survey was done. And of course, when they come, they don't say, are you employed or not? They ask, help. Did you seek? Did you take steps to seek? Were you available? And were you not involved in production of goods and services for pay or for profit? Now, the problem already with this definition is that if a person, let's say, is not in employment and did not take steps to seek, they didn't apply, they didn't go to an employment service center, they didn't check a newspaper for vacancies, they are already considered not unemployed. Which means the rate of unemployment, which we will show you, which comes from you, when I say you, I mean member, I mean your statistics agencies, may actually hide a number of labor market challenges, which I would like us to discuss in this presentation today. And so the main message, this is the unemployment rate, how it is defined on this slide. The third message, I think this one, you know this. As ILO, we promote, and decent work is work that is of a certain standard, and that is defined around 4 parameters: social dialogue, social protection, the productive work and labor standards. And in ILO, we have attempted to say it must at least not fall below the core conventions, what you call core conventions of the ILO. There are 10 of them now. 2 of them are about non-discrimination. 2 of them are about fundamental freedoms, right to association, right to collective bargaining. One is on we don't want labor, another one we don't want forced labor. 2 of them are on occupational safety and health. And so those core conventions define the minimum standards for decent work. And we are saying that decent work in ILO is an aspiration. It is a goal. So it's something that we seek to achieve. We are not yet there. And decent work has so many indicators, so many of them. These are just the minimums that I'm talking about. But the point we are making is that lack of productive employment is often a cause of poor working conditions. We were talking in the morning about root causes of migration. So if in a country we don't have enough employment opportunities, enough productive employment opportunities, it can cause poor working conditions because of the law of supply and demand, basically. And therefore, what we do is to try to seek to say, how can we support countries to stimulate more employment creation? This is very important. If somebody was dozing and it is your neighbor, please wake them up. Because we are trying here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but this is just a snapshot of the key indicators of the labor market in the IGAD countries where I found data. I have to say upfront, we didn't find data for Djibouti in ILO stats as well as South Sudan. And I was trying to look for a reason, and I asked my statistician, I'm looking for an answer. So those are the parameters on top there that we are looking at. Level employment, on unemployment, the Africa unemployment rate. The unemployment rate is 6.4%, and look at the unemployment rate for the different countries that we found statistics for here. So the figure in black is using what we call the 13th ICLC definition of employment. I defined the new definition of employment in that first diagram. There is what is called the old definition, which used to account for people who are working in subsistence agriculture as employed. So you will see that in some of the countries in the sub-region, they are still collecting and analyzing data using that old definition. So in green, you have countries that have both the old and the new definition. In black, you have only countries that have data using the old definition. And you can see the difference. Because in the old definition, if you were involved in an economic activity, whether it was for own use, you were counted as employed. In the new definition, you are not, if you are not producing goods and services for pay or for profit. So unemployment rate, you can see it's for most countries in our sub-region quite high. And remember those 3 criteria for unemployment rate, which means that we are hiding a lot of other things. If people can be are not employed, but they did not seek, they are not counted in that first column there, because they are not meeting all the 3 criteria. Youth unemployment rate, very high. and also even compared to the Africa rate. So we have a challenge there. We have a huge challenge given that all projections are saying the African population will double by 2050. The population in Africa will double by 2050. So if we are already having these numbers, is not giving a very for us. There is also another indicator which is called, which is measured for 15 to 20 young people who are not in education, who are not in training. It's called the NEET rate. Look at the numbers there. We know where they aren't, these people. They are not in employment. They are not in education. They are not in training. So where are they? Where are they? We cannot answer the question. Okay, good. We can imagine where they are. We also have a very high informal employment rate. Informal employment rate. This is not your measure of informality or informal sector. It's called informal employment because informal employment can happen in the informal sector or also can also even happen in the formal sector. If you ask our labor unions brothers, they will tell you that there's a lot of informal employment in the formal sector. Very high for the countries that we are represented here, which already tells you that chances of obtaining decent work with this high level of informality are very low. And then, of course, we have what you call the extended unemployment rate. Now, the extended unemployment rate is trying to cover, is a better measure for unemployment because unemployment, we say you have to meet 3 criteria. The L3, extended unemployment rate, it includes everyone who needs a job. So normally it is higher than the unemployment rate. It includes those discouraged workers who are no longer seeking. Because most people, or most young people especially, they will tell you, I don't apply because no one replies to my email or to my application. They don't go to register because they are not called. And they no longer take steps to look for work because they are discouraged. The L3 measures that. So it basically tells us what proportion of the labor force needs a job, who needs a job, basically. So it's normally called the jobs gap. So it's a better measure of the jobs that are needed in a country. Social protection. The rate that you find in ILO stats, all this information you find in ILO stats, even from where you sit, you can go to the database. If you Google ILO stats, you search Djibouti or you search Somalia, you will find these rates. And this is information that is supplied by your statistics offices in terms of microdata that is given to our statistics department. A very also varying low social protection already tells you our decent work deficits will be so many. And also a phenomenon that is called working poor. These are people who are working, these are people who are earning. But when statisticians come to count the poor, they also count them because of what they are earning, which is not helping them to live above the poverty line. What is this picture that you are seeing? You can interpret it in so many ways, but the overall picture is that we are not doing well on the key labor market indicators. Number one, that is the overall picture. Number two, we have a challenge of the quantity of jobs are not enough. The number of jobs are not enough. Unemployment rate and the L3 is telling us there are people who need jobs that are not finding them. So we have a problem of the quantity of jobs. They are not enough. Thirdly, we have a problem of the quality of jobs. In other words, those that have them, they are of poor quality. So we have double-pronged challenge, quantity and quality of jobs. So if you want this summary, I have already given you in terms of the observations, but what you find in that database is that some of the indicators that we are capturing were collected in 2017, some 2021, some 2020, others 2024. So we are actually collecting data, measuring data that was collected at different points, which means for those that collected in 2020 or 2017, things must have changed in the labor market for better or for worse. So what is the point? We need to be collecting this labor market data as regularly as possible. And then we spoke about the standard, the employment measurement standard, the definition. And we saw that some countries are still using the old definition, which normally give a lower rate because it counts those involved in subsistence agriculture as employed. But the new definition, if you are not getting pay or profit, you are excluded from definition of somebody who is employed. So those countries that are using a new definition have higher unemployment rates. And of course, then you are no longer comparing oranges and oranges. So we need to move, actually it's a recommendation from the statistics department that we move to the new definition, all the countries. If we still want to collect information based on the old, let us do the two rates together. Tuko pamoja? Thank you. Hey, I wish I had a French word there. Okay, the new standard changes things differently. And we also spoke, it's very important to look at other labor market indicators. Why am I saying this? Most of the time, when the labor force data survey results are produced, the first thing people check the unemployment rate. Oh, it has risen. Oh, the government is not doing this. Oh, and it is always a huge hue and cry. But you will see that there are other important labor market indicators that we need to look at. There are countries that have very low unemployment rates, but they have high working poor. They have high level of informal employment. Their wages, average wages are very low, and so on and so forth. So we need to go beyond the unemployment rate to look at, to get a total picture of what is happening in our labor and employment market. Okay, I spoke about the jobs, the extended unemployment rate. I spoke about the last one, which is about the problem that we have. We need to focus on how can we stimulate creation of more jobs and also better quality jobs. Because there are things that we see on top of the iceberg, which are normally the headlines. Unemployment rate, youth unemployment rate, the need, but we also have a lot of other indicators there that we must be tracking, that will help us to move. Now, changing a gear up, how can we solve this? How can we deal with this? And I'm happy because I checked the first ministerial declaration, the second ministerial declaration. It has really good content on what needs to be done among member states to do with the issue. What I'm just showing you here, and I didn't have enough time to go through all the countries, is basically to say, and I think from the morning we have been hearing this word, structural challenges. Our economy are faced with a structural challenge in that most people, if you say those who are employed, where are they employed? If you ask that question and you analyze, you find that most of them are employed, that is the right pie chart, in an agricultural sector. Just about half for Africa. Half, 50% of those who are employed are in agriculture. But what are they producing? Those 50%, less than 20. that red and the red here. So 50% of the people, in terms of what they are producing, the value of what they are producing, and therefore, if they are going to be paid, they are going to be paid from that 20%. It means they are going to be paid a very small amount. In other words, that is why we say agriculture is one of the lowest, low productive sectors in the economy. Because you have a lot of people in some countries, 70% or 60-something percent, but the value of what they produce is very small. So you cannot get decent wages from there. If you compare now with factoring, that is the smallest whatever that side, and then they produce 50%. That is why you have better jobs within manufacturing, processing, value addition. And that is why the message we are giving is that to create more and better jobs, we need to add value to our, whether it is agricultural produce, whether it is our minerals that we produce, whether it is our primary raw materials, whether it is the forestry sector, we need to focus on value addition. Otherwise, we will continue having a lot of people trapped in low productive sectors. They cannot get higher wages. Where do the wages come from if the value of what they produce is small? It's not possible. We need to focus, and you will get these slides, please. Here is just the template of what we do in terms of promoting improvement in a coordinated and comprehensive manner. Basically, we are saying on this slide that employment creation is not the job of the Ministry of Labor alone. Employment happens as a function of several things in an economy, from your macroeconomic policies, because that determines how much money you can borrow from a bank, at what rate, your monetary policy, your taxation policy influences how, how much profit you can make from your enterprise. The way government raises its revenue, the way government spends its money, the way government decides interest rates, the way you access foreign exchange, for example, it's a monetary policy issue. If you are a company and you are importing, at what rate you access foreign currency, and so on and so forth. So we have to talk about macroeconomic policy, we have to talk about sectoral policies, about trade and industrial policies. That is why in the morning I was happy somebody spoke about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, because this opens up opportunities for sustainable enterprises, MSMEs, and entrepreneurship development. That constitutes the demand side. That helps to say where are the jobs going to come from. And then, of course, we have the supply side, which is your skills development, education, social protection, and training. And we have enough frameworks for us actually to follow this new approach which I spoke about. Was it in July last year, I had a chance with Director Ndawa and Ida to attend a meeting of ministers of finance, ministers responsible for finance for the Africa region, finance, economy, planning, central bank governors, and ministers responsible for regional integration, who were talking about how can we transform our macroeconomic policies and decisions that was reached in the meeting, that we must continue providing technical support to member states towards establishing and implementing pro-employment macroeconomic policy frameworks. Economic policy frameworks that help us to assess and maximize on job creation. Economic policy frameworks that integrate both social and economic sectors. Your sector policies, your trade policies, your industrial policies, fiscal policies, and monetary policies. And when I was checking the ministerial declaration of the second meeting of the IGAD regional meeting, I saw there one of the decisions in 2023 was to say we should formally launch the development of IGAD Regional Employment Policy Framework in consultation with member states, social partners, and other states. And I have to say this is not part of what I was asked to say, but we are supporting the SADC region to actually come up with these regional employment frameworks for experience sharing. Let me move very fast because I have another part to cover. This is what we do on employment policy. I want to skip it and move to digital labor platforms. But before I reach that stage, I just want to summarize this part to say, number one, our employment challenges are of a structural nature and we need structural solutions. And therefore, until we do that, we will continue doing the same thing, and not get different results. Employment creation is a whole of government approach, and we need to focus on coordination and leadership. The other part of my presentation is on digital labor platforms, platform work, and the extent to which it provides employment. And this is, again, let me just begin by saying a fairly new area, and we don't have a lot of data in our countries, in our sub-region. I know there were some assessments of platform work done in Kenya and also in Uganda. Those are the countries I remember because I used to be based in Dar es Salaam until last year. But we also have collected a lot of information globally so that it can allow us to have also a discussion. And by the way, member states will also know that this is an item that was discussed in the International Labour Conference of 2025, and it will continue to be probably a standard setting agenda item in next year's IRC. So what does it mean? It means as member states, we need to also engage on this subject and continue to engage so that we can be able to contribute to the standard setting agenda of the conference next year. And of course, in this discussion, there are always fears and concerns. And always when you have discussion about digitalization and impact of AI and so on, people fear to take away jobs. That is the fear. Our jobs will go. Even doctors are afraid. Even lawyers are afraid. We are not just talking about the standard types of administrative workers here. We're talking about even professional workers. So the assumption, of course, is that the fourth industrial revolution will create growth, also jobs, and new employment opportunities. And also help developing countries to also catch up. That is an assumption, isn't it? Yes. And of course, everyone talks about this. I want to, because I want to leave time for my other presenter. But also to note is that this mostly comes from the perspective of productivity enhancement, productivity and efficiency. To say digitalization will bring about more efficiencies in the way we do business. And I think it's, to some extent we can associate with this. We can now multiple task, look at how many people have their laptops open even as I'm talking. They are multitasking. And we learned over time from COVID that we can actually do multiple work at the same time. But however, we don't have a lot of data from developing countries. It's something that we are starting to work on, and we don't have the full picture. I have to put it that up front. We don't have the full picture because of a number of challenges that I will talk about. But these are some of the digital labor platforms. Some, they are about mediating, in other words, mediating between demand and supply side of labor, job seekers who need labor, and these are some of the, at the far end, there are the types of apps that you may know about. Education, microtasks, freelancing, even medical consultation. You have apps that can tell you if you have a headache for 3 days, what can you take? What can you go and buy? Now, do you need a doctor? If you have that, and do you need to pay? This one is free. Some are location-based platforms, like your normal Bolts and Uber, those who deliver, goods and services. Some they will tell you the market prices. Some they will tell you, so agriculture, they are there in healthcare, personal services, domestic services. Some are also around mediating exchange in terms of trading, payment, a lot of payments that can be done online, and so on, and others, and so on. But we want to see, do they help us to create new jobs? This is an important question for us, employment and labor market. Or are they just moving people from one type of an occupation to another?
Jealous. Wind up. You already spent 30 minutes.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. Okay, so what the conclusion from here is that there is no significant reallocation. What does it mean? These platforms are actually creating new jobs. They are not just moving people from the existing jobs to, and so in other words, they help actually in the creation of employment. But there are concerns. What are some of those concerns? Unclear employment relationships, income instability. When I say unclear employment relationships, my worker colleague will understand me. When I'm working here and I'm an employer and I'm an employee in one person, so if there are issues, what do I do? And do I also interact with the broker if I have a labor dispute, or with the parent company that is actually the source of the work? Lack of access to work, lack of work-related and social protection benefits. Now, these are some of the micro tasks that are there: online credit card, data entry, content moderation, content access, market research, and so on. What is the impact on skills? This is also important. What we find is that oftentimes we find highly educated workers performing work that requires low skills in these platforms. And we find that it's 51% in developed countries and 67% in developing countries. So you find degreed people, they are doing data entry and input and so on. Fragmentation of tasks that actually leads to de-skilling in a way, and the risks of displacing professionally certified labor. You will find in this diagram, this is ILO research, in terms of where are the jobs coming from. That is the color blue. Is it from a local employer or a foreign employer? If it's dark blue, it's coming from foreign employer. Local employer, it's light blue. So you come to Africa there, we have data for Kenya and Uganda, as I said. You will find most of the work is coming from foreign employers in these digital labor platforms. And what are the median hourly earnings? You will find the EMPA there. EMPA means law. EMPA, for the data that we have. So there is a question of how much people are paid in those platforms. And the challenges, as I said now, is low earnings, unpaid tasks. You spend a lot of time promoting yourself or marketing yourself. No one pays you for that. But you have spent hours and requesting for ratings and all that. You others also subsidize work. They actually offer a low monthly, not monthly, hourly rate so that they can get recruited. Otherwise, they would have actually charged more. But they are offering low so that they get ratings, so that they get more work, and so on. So, good. Conclusions. Conclusion number one, so far, digital transformations have not yet produced decent jobs in the definition that we arrived at the beginning. They've also helped us to address the underlying inequalities, especially in developing countries. We have challenges related to internet connectivity, the cost of data, the cost connectivity in some country, in some areas, the digital infrastructure is not the same, and also digital skills. The digital skills, because the work may be there, but the skills, we use our skills our digital skills to check WhatsApp and TikTok only, not to actually work. Okay, but they can contribute to productivity, as we said, in terms of reducing transaction costs and asymmetries and enable work effects and so on. But we also see that we need to regulate these platforms. We need to regulate the providers of these platforms, because what happens if there's a labor dispute? What happens if I am working, I need social operation cover and I don't get? Where do I go? The company is in Brazil. I don't even know where Brazil is. So how can we bring the necessary policy changes? These are some of the discussions. And then finally, as I said, you get this. This is the process of the standard on digital labor platforms that ILO is going to be discussing from this year and next year. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shirove. Kindly join us. You can sit to my left. And I think that was a very interesting and illuminating presentation he's made, and hence he took longer. Now, I would want to welcome Mr. Ephraim Gannett. Ephraim Gannett is also from the ILO, but dealing with East and Horn of Africa. And he'll be making his own presentation from the ILO. I hope you will not give a duplication of what he's given. Kindly enrich on it based from your own perspective. You have 15 minutes, unfortunately. Your colleague ate into your time. You're welcome. Kindly give him another round of applause.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Maybe I will pick on some of the points that Jealous has already spoken. I think we have seen the figures in terms of the conditions of unemployment in the region. The challenges and the issues related to employment or informal employment, those not in employment and not in education and training, those definitions related to extended employment, but also we have seen about the challenges of the working poor. So where does this take us? Or what would the youth, which is more than 60% of the population, does in such circumstances? And that's where I'm coming. So I think, as it was repeatedly mentioned in the opening session of this morning, the youth in the region are increasingly looking for a greener pasture or an employment opportunity within the region and outside the region. So my focus in the coming couple of slides will be basically looking into labor migration dynamics and labor migration issues, particularly in terms of emerging trends, approaches, policies, and practices, so that will serve as a basis for the subsequent sessions that we will be having this afternoon and tomorrow morning. So in my presentation, I will be posing questions than giving a lot of explanations. So, Madam Chair, it will be short. Good. This is the purpose of the presentation. I have explained. Then I think when we talk about migration dynamics or labor migration dynamics specifically, I think we are talking about how many, who, where, what, why, and how, the common WH questions. I think these are critical questions that will make us to think and examine the situation objectively. I think from the session of this morning and the different opening remarks, I think a lot has been said on these questions. So for the rest of time, maybe I'll just go and provide some concrete figures for your information. First, when we look at labor migration, of course, we'll be discussing about labor migration in the IGAD region, but it's also a global phenomenon. So it's important to look international stocks and flows, as well as the situation or the magnitude of the situation in the Africa region, and then we will come to the IGAD region. So first of all, I think these figures, the first one on international migrant workers, they are drawn from the ILO Fourth Global Estimates, which is published in 2024, based on data that was collected in 2022. So internationally, it is estimated that there are about 167 million migrant workers, out of which, again, it's important to look into the gender dynamics. The majority are male at 61%, and in terms of age, the majority of migrant workers are of prime age, which is 25 to 54. And when we ask where the majority of the international migrants are, I think when we look at by income levels, the majority are obviously in high income countries. And when it comes to the region, the majority are in North, South, and Western Europe, Northern America, and the Middle East. Then again, I think when it comes to the major sectors of employment, we have the service sector amounting for 68% of the employment, followed by industry and agriculture. And again, here, I think the figures respond to what Jealous was explaining in terms of productive employment. And here, again, the employment in the agriculture sector is low. When it comes to the labor migration dynamics in Africa, I think this figure is again from the latest labor migration statistics report of the African Union, which will be published in the coming weeks. So it's a draft. Drawing on that report, which the ILO has the privilege of collaborating and working with the AU and all the partners, the estimated number of migrant workers in Africa is estimated to be 13.1 million, of which 8.2 are in the are male. The region, again, here it's a little bit challenging to aggregate the numbers per regs, which at times is misleading because of the multiple membership of the countries in the regs. But the report used a more broader allocation or estimation of migrant workers in the region. So West Africa has the highest concentration of migrant workers, followed by Southern Africa and then East Africa. Of course, when it comes to the sector, the majority are in service and agriculture. Again, when it comes to the region, the estimated number of migrant workers are estimated 3 million, of which 2.1 are male. The report unfortunately doesn't provide a country level aggregation and the sectors. So I will just stop with the figures at this and see. Then when it comes to why people migrate, I think a lot has been discussed this morning about the push and pull factors and the intermediaries. So I don't want to dwell much about it, but we have employment, conflict, and all that as a pushing factor in the countries of origin, and also as a pushing factor, while we have real and perceived opportunities employment in countries of destination as a major pulling factor. In between the two, of course, the lower cost of migration, improved technology, social media, all that has been discussed, also contributed for this. Then how they migrate, of course, regularly, irregularly, through all the channels, land, sea, and air. Then, while this is the global dynamics, of course, we have different international instruments, which you all are familiar with at international level, at continental level, and at IGAD level. So I'll just skip this one and maybe go to the substance. So looking at this dynamics, the labor migration dynamics and the situation in the region, what are the major trends, approaches, and practices that we are observing in recent years? I think it will be important to look into those issues. The first one, I think, what we are increasingly observing is the establishment of, certain corridors which attract a large number of migrant workers. And in this specific case, and for this conference, I think I would like to draw your attention to the East African Middle East corridor, for which the number has been significantly increasing, both regularly and irregularly. So this is one of the major trends which we have been observing. And when it comes to the sectors of employment, the majority of workers in this corridor are concentrated in domestic work and construction, the majority of which are women. However, when we look at the working conditions in the countries of destination, as it was again repeatedly mentioned this morning, the working conditions are characterized by decent work deficits. To mention a few, I think occupational safety and health, it was emphasized. So, the working conditions in the GCC are characterized by high incidences and accidents in the workplace, including heat stress, particularly in the construction sector. So this is challenge. When it comes to, for example, the issue of labor inspection, there is a general deficiency when it comes to inspection of migrant workplaces in the Middle East. This is even more pronounced in sectors like domestic work, where access to private homes and access to private working sites is challenging. And again, I think this was mentioned in the morning, the other challenge in this corridor is related to theft. This involves both an non-payment of wages and also withholding of wages, and as well work-related entitlements. So another challenge, and the list can go on. And maybe when it comes to social protection, it's also important to note that the migrant workers in the GCC have limited access to social protection. Maybe the only exception here will be health services, and maybe this will be further discussed in the presentation and the discussion tomorrow. The other emerging challenge in this corridor is also, Madam Chair and participants, the issue of mental health. We have seen a lot of challenges, a lot of incidences and reports which shows the mental health challenge that migrant workers have gone through in this region. So while this is the situation, and since we are delivering this in the context of the IGAD Ministerial Conference, I think it is important to ask ourselves what mechanisms do we need to place as countries of origin, as member states, social partners, both trade unions and employers, to overcome these protection challenges and decent work deficits in the country of destination. Again, we need to really ask ourselves, what are our common position as member states? What are our collective positions as social partners? And also, what are our collective positions as tripartite constituents in terms of our these challenges? I think at this point, I would like to appreciate the pre-meeting between the social partners, and in that regard, they came up with their common position, and we would also like similar common positions to establish and followed up in this platform. So again, like I said, I'm posing questions and answers so that we'll have reflection as we go on. So these are some thoughts and questions for your thinking and reflections as we speak about the Eastern Migration Route, or East Africa Middle East Corridor. The second trend we are observing is related to the recruitment process in general, and more specifically, the private employment agencies. Recent years have shown that the recruitment landscape in Africa in general, but also in this part of the region, is increasingly getting complex, involving a wider number of actors in a wide spectrum of areas. While the role of private employment agencies in facilitating employment is undeniable, it's also important to note about the presence of unscrupulous recruitment practices and employment agencies engaged in facilitating employment. So in this regard, maybe one point is the increasing number of private employment agencies. In some countries in this region, we have up to 800 plus private employment agencies in one country. So in this situation, how is the legal and policy environment in terms of facilitating, monitoring, and giving an enabling environment, at the same time laying a strong foundation for protection of migrant workers? These are critical questions that we need to reflect. And in this regard, again, there are a couple of questions I just put up for our reflection. Then, so that we will be able to engage in the discussion we'll be having tomorrow. Then the third one is bilateral labor agreements. Again, here, bilateral labor agreements are increasingly become main instruments for facilitating employment or labor migration between countries of origin in the IGAD region and also countries of destination in Arab states. However, studies have also shown some of the challenges of bilateral labor agreements. In that regard, while the role of bilateral labor agreement is important, we need to ask and position ourselves how the IGAD member states and the countries of origin can thrive in a negotiation which is dominated by an equal power relation. So it's always, in most cases, and evidence also show that the countries of destination dictating the process of negotiation, the process of drafting, and also the process of conclusion. From that perspective, how can we manage unbalanced power relationships throughout the BLA cycle? And again, as countries of origin, we also need to be conscious and ask ourselves what we are doing when we negotiate bilateral labor agreements. Are we really racing to the bottom, compromising on the fundamental rights and principles, or are we up there to have a common position and agree on denominations that are already specified in international labor standards and other instruments? These are, again, critical questions that needs our reflection, and that also needs to feed into the outcome of this conference. The other one is, again, the increasing use of intra-regional and inter-regional dialogue forums. Maybe here, for the interest of time, there are quite a number of regional platforms, including this one. But there is also the Doha dialogue, which has been repeatedly mentioned this morning. So in that regard, we also need to ask ourselves and reflect, to what extent are we following up on the commitment that we are making in this kind of regional and inter-regional dialogue forums? How best can we move from commitment and statements to practical actions? So from that perspective, we also need to think about good practices in this region and also good practices outside the region, so that we will be able to come up with solutions and actionable commitments. Lastly, it's related to international instruments and competence mechanisms. Over the years, and in this part of the region, We have seen a lot of commitment and interest in using international instruments, including international standards to protect rights of migrant workers. But the question is, how actively have we used these instruments for advancing protection of migrant workers? At the same time, to what extent have we used the monitoring and compliance mechanism of international institutions? Maybe in this case, since I am from the ILO monitoring and supervisory mechanisms to really enforce the application of this standards. I think the obligations of member states are clearly stated in Article 19 of the ILO Constitution 21, 26. I think my colleague will be speaking a lot on this tomorrow, but to what extent have we used such platforms to ensure protection of migrant workers, and what needs to be done moving ahead? These are some of the questions I would like to pose to all of us to reflect in the subsequent sessions that we will have actionable points moving forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ephraim. You tried, but you went overboard again. But never mind. I think the message was very, very important. And thank you for bringing us to the topic of labor migration. And I liked his presentation. He's left with questions, and I hope you remember the questions. Who migrates? Why they migrate? Where they migrate? And what remedial measures do we have with that in terms of dealing with the many challenges? So we'll wait for the answers when we go to the Q&A session. So with us now, I want you to help me welcome Ms. Agnes Igoe, the migration specialist of IGAD. And let's hear IGAD's perspective. And I hope you'll spend not more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know that time is up, so I'll just really be quick because I'll just make comments, most especially that we really want to hear a lot from you. So thank you very much. As we move towards, talking about free movement regimes, it's really interesting that we are far, far ahead with the Continental Free Trade Area, especially in Africa. And sometimes we get wondering that, don't we want to move more than the goods? Or should we move together? So that's really a question to ponder about. But also, it reminds me when we are talking about the digital labor platforms and the issue of remote jobs. I'm sure most of our countries have had our young people who were affected by the trafficking in Myanmar. I think I see people nodding. That we really have to have that in mind because we are having our young people who have been trained to do fraud online. And when they come back to our homes, our countries, they don't have jobs. Where does that leave them? Because remember, they made money for the bad guys. And they learned some skills. Are we tapping into those skills to do good? So that's really a question. It also means that, what provisions are we putting in place, the education, the skills they've had for good, because it can also be dangerous, for us. And speaking of common positions, definitely I'm really interested on the BLA conversation because we have model BLAs we've discussed at the IGAD region. And really, if we do not negotiate as a bloc, it's going to be, disaster. Because we all know, especially our young women who go to the Middle East. And by the way, we are talking about low-skilled work, but the people going are actually not domestic workers. They are teachers, they are degree holders, they even hate domestic work. Some of them are not even trained to do domestic work. And so we really have, even the training itself, that, okay, what kind of domestic workers are we sending abroad? And how are we preparing them? How are we negotiating to the extent that, every country where they go to, we speak the same language, that this is what we want for our people. This is the decent work we need. And if Uganda, for example, says this is what we want, they don't go to the neighbor, and then the standards are maybe lowered. So let us also, look at this like really, really critically as we head. And we are looking forward to really coming to all our countries. We are excited for the next phase of the project, and we really want to hear from you. What do you want the second phase to look like? I thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Igoe. That was brief. They say short and sweet. So kindly give her another applause. You know, she's the only lady presenter here. And it's important. We're talking about gender parity. We're talking about gender empowerment. And we're happy that we have now on the podium. I recognize myself also to belong to her gender. So I am glad to be associated and to be up here with you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the scene has been set for us. And I will jog your mind. The first presenter was Jelas Shirove, who gave us a presentation on labor employment and basically labor and employment statistics, which was very informative. The difference between work and employment, I think many times some of us forget that. He also talked about the different jobs that we have, the quality and the quantity. That is one thing. And of course, he brought us to the all-important topic today, and that is the digital jobs, the digital economy. He was followed by Ephraim. Ephraim was gracious to deepen the discussion on labor migration, and he's left us with many questions, and I'm sure he's waiting to hear your answers to those questions. And of course, Agnes has summed it up, that yes, we're talking about youth and employment, we're talking about the growth area, which is digital jobs, very, very important, because our youth need jobs. They undergo training, but when they come back, there are no jobs. And two, we have BLAs, very, very important for those who are migrating. But how do we negotiate them? Are we able to negotiate as a block to leverage on our numbers? And therefore, we need to come up with answers to guide IGAD Secretariat in helping develop the program for the next phase. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to give your comments, ask questions, and answer the questions that were put across to you. Yes. May I start? I'd want to take 2, 3 before. I see, yeah, could we be assisted? Yeah. We have a microphone up here. Okay, so we'll start with the director, ILO, followed by Ituk, a third one from Uganda. So should I start with the lady first? Yeah? Allow me to be biased for once. Yes, madam, from Uganda.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairperson. Mine was a small question. First of all, I'd like to thank the facilitators for that very elaborate presentation. Thank you very much. In one of the presentations about the labor agreements, one of the facilitators, our colleague, said that it must be publicly available for public scrutiny and monitoring. But I'm wondering how this can be done within the context of government. You know very well that certain documents of government must be kept. But then there's also the Access to Information Act. If you want to see anything, you can always ask. So your comments on that, I thank you.
Next.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Let me appreciate also the presentations. I think they were quite enlightening. The first question for me is just looking at the PLAs. I'm wondering. Oh, so I want to establish the extent to which our social partners are involved in the negotiations of PLAs. I'm getting a sense that they are not as involved, but this forum can refute that. As a result, there are quite a number of problems because they are presented with a product which is rather unpalatable and causes conflict which could have been avoided if they were involved right from the beginning. So I want a commentary on that specifically, if not from Ephraim, of course, from the social partners here. The second one is the employment definitions that Jelas introduced. I'm a bit, not puzzled, I'm unsure if I understood you, but it seems that if you use the old definition, at least from the slides that you showed, the figures are reduced. The unemployment figures are reduced, and when you use the extended definition, then the figures increase. Have I gotten you correctly, or I'm lost? If you could just explain, but I saw that the figures were a bit, I'm not sure what color you said that was, green. It didn't appear like green, but let's accept it's green because you said so. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ituk?
Thank you, Chair. Mine are largely comments, but I don't know if, like the director has said, maybe we can react to the question he has asked, to be fair to Ephraim, since we are the ones that are involved.
Okay.
But first is in terms of the comment, I appreciate the two presentations, but on unemployment, really to get the House to focus on some of the recommendations that were made. And by the time we leave here, ask ourselves in pragmatic terms what we can do to these issues. And we cannot agree more with the point around manufacturing. First is that we as organized labor on the continent, we are making the point anywhere we go that Africa is not giving up its rights to industrialization. And so it is critical, if we are a mineral-rich continent, we should really be talking about beneficiation. And for the House, the African mining vision of the African Union, the African mining vision should be an instrument for us to really drive the continent's industrialization agenda. So it's an invitation for us to look at it and for IGAD to bring the African mining vision right into the employment situation. Second link to that is that for Africa to really talk about industrialization, we must then have a robust industrialization policy. And this policy should embed very clearly employment policy. The employment policy talking about how you grow skills, how you help people to get jobs. So this is critical. The ILO talks about Convention 26 on employment policy. Not so much of IGAD members, I think, has even ratified that. But if we step back in terms of how we want to use industrial policy, this will help us. Quickly, it's also to touch on the point, again, the comrade made earlier that I agree more with. The need for regulation on the digital platform. The need for regulation. As of today, we are discussing at the ILO standard setting for platform work. He has talked about what is not decent and all of you think, though I have a bit of concern with the conclusion that decent digital work is not reallocation, but we will debate together outside. I have concern about that because with COVID, what we saw is that most of the job in the platform work were jobs that already existed. Uber is not doing anything new. It's a job of taxi drivers that already existed. And Uber is not even paying taxes for infrastructure development in Kenya, in Nigeria, anywhere. But they make benefits just by developing some app. So that's we can debate. But to say that for our government here present, the ILO has issued the Brown report on the platform work. We are appealing, please, let's go together in a tripartite arrangement and respond to this Brown report. We are really happy and want to thank African government. In the 113th session of the ILO, African government spoke eloquently on the need for the standard setting, and they voted for it strongly. But in terms of moving from Brown report to Blue report, from Blue report to the White report, our involvement is critical. And so this is an appeal for us to get involved. Lastly, comrade, see on employment. What we have found with jobs that are largely not decent is that wages are usually thrown in as a tool for competition. Can we remove wages from competition? Like the point you made in frame, it's also the flip side. That when you take out wages from competition, you are likely to reduce the race to the bottom. But the fact that we have wages, at that issue to say, I am more competitive because I pay low wages, you will always get monkeys if you are paying peanuts, and that will affect productivity on the continent. I thought I should share that. Director, on consultation and in our role, I can tell you that for employers and trade unions, our inclusion is like this. Very, very, very insignificant. And we think this can change. Again, this is an appeal. We are telling our African government we want to do this together. Our continent is at an existential state. We do not want to lament it. How do we work together to get out of it? If you are in a hole, you don't dig further. The strategy is how do you come out of the hole? Collaboration can bring us out of the hole. This is what we are telling our African government. Let's work together to make this better for our people. Today, the trade unions took Saudi Arabia to the ILO. We filed an Article 26 to say we want them to stop slavery practices of migrant workers in Saudi Arabia. The deaths of Africans in Saudi Arabia. We didn't do it to give Saudi Arabia a bad name. We did it because we want a reform that is inclusive. And our government can join us to bring this to bear. This is an appeal we are making to our government, especially IGAD member states. I thank you, Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Ituk, for that very passionate appeal that comes from the heart. I could read it on your face and in your voice that he's appealing, Ituk is appealing to our government seated here to work together with the social partners. But more importantly, I think the question he's asked, he's made a comment, he's talked about the digital economy, you've talked about that at length. And I would like, I know all of you, Agnes, as well as Ephraim have mentioned something, but allow me to pass this question to Jealous because he introduced it officially as a topic, part 2 in his presentation. Could you please respond to the question from Ituk as regards the jobs and how best we can remove wages from the competition? Welcome.
Okay, so if I get his question, I'm not sure I got it, but if he's saying we remove wages from the definition of decent work.
He said competition. They use wages to make it competitive or to make it attractive, but it is the point at which then workers or labor is exploited. So how do you remove the indecent component.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, just to help quickly.
Yes.
When you talked about the extended unemployment, as partly that work are not qualitative, it is also partly that work are not qualitative because they don't pay decent wages. And this part of it is what you find when wages below even minimum wages are paid. And then people say that we are competitive. Then they try to make it, even government try to make it as an appeal to investors to say, come, we are competitive because low wages are low.
A tough one. You're allowed to try. It's
Yeah.
not an examination.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think, okay, it goes to the whole aspect of what does work bring. For us, it's more than just earnings, more than just wages. It's also the dignity that comes with work. So, can we remove wages? I'm not so sure. I would also like to hear from other workers' representatives here. But what I wanted to say is that we have several indicators of decent work. And I know in some countries, and I don't want to mention them, you know the case, there have been questions, especially from workers' organizations, when organizations or companies talk about what they pay to their workers and the package, including what is called share ownership schemes and so on. It's all part of remuneration that comes to workers. And then you will find that they indirectly are not allowed to unionize or are not allowed to belong to a trade union. In fact, a trade union is not allowed even within the premises. And they actually say that there is no problem in this entity. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one because maybe what people see are what they get. Maybe they prioritize that more, what they earn and so on, and not keep a keen eye on the other aspects. Yeah, Director, your question. So, in short, so I'll check again the figures before I share the presentation. But the green were the new definition. I think there were three countries that were using the latest standard on employment. And in general, for most countries, when you move from the old standard to the new standard, the rate of unemployment increases. But we also know statistically there are many aspects that go to a rate. Number one is the way the questions are also framed. When this is now you have when you listen to the statisticians themselves, the way the questions are framed, because they are not standard questions. Each country decides how they ask the questions. Secondly, some countries obtain their labor statistics from household-based survey. Others, they call it establishment surveys. That makes a huge difference now. Actually, I was noting when I was researching on this that one of the countries used their last labor force survey. It was an establishment survey. That makes a difference. And then thirdly, and I'm saying this, you remind me, because 2 weeks ago, I was in a meeting with the Statistics South Africa, and the meeting had the Director General and the previous Director General and their whole teams and experts and professors, and they were questioning the methodology of employment statistics in Africa, in South Africa. And one of the explanations now where they gave is that post-COVID, they are actually having a lot of challenges to get people to respond to questionnaires or to get people to respond to surveys. It's a major issue. So I'm talking about the point of how the challenges of data collection. Now, that also comes into that. So, in short answer, in general, the rate goes up, but the actual rate now differs on the number due to a number of reasons which I've spoken about. I think the comments that are made by our brother, fair comments about industrialization, fair comments and actually a very good encouragement that let's engage on the Brown report on this standard setting item. And I think this meeting is a part of that process. But I know that countries do prepare themselves when they go to these conferences. And ILO, sometimes they help member states to prepare.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Sorry to cut you short. I'm told we have only 10 minutes. But I think you've done justice to the question. And maybe for the question about regulation for digital jobs, relocation, I think the brown paper, as Ituk has said, is out. Maybe that can be shared out and be discussed in a later sessions. Now, with that, we go to the other question, the question from Uganda, which I want to ask Ephraim on labor migration. One, how do we ensure that the process is transparent, given the operations, the protocols that we have for negotiations? Then how do we involve the social partners? I think those were the key questions I got from Uganda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Maybe before going to the issue of payless, I think Comrade Joel has raised an important question with regard to wages. And I think it's true that wage shouldn't be a point of competitive, a point of competition among members, among countries in general. Because when we look at decent work, one of the parameters is employment, and when we go deep into employment, I think the wages have to be an amount that will fulfill the needs of a worker and match to the level of efforts that they are putting. But in general, I think when we look at business competitiveness and attracting investment, I think lately there is a more broader index. The World Bank usually produces this global competitiveness index, and it looks into a number of other issues, including enabling environment, policy environment, availability of bureaucracy, all those a number of parameters. So I think this also goes to the issue of labor migration, and I think that will, to avoid that race to the bottom, I think we need to put maybe weights, because that's a strict and quantifiable measure aside in the process of negotiation, and maybe using it as a point of competition instead of using it as a point of competition. When it comes to the issue of bilateral labor agreements, how can we make the process participatory vis-a-vis the internal process and procedures, and how can a document can be publicly available? I think here maybe first with regard to the process, I would like to call your attention, particularly since we are convening in the context of IGAD, to the IGAD regional guidelines on rights-based bilateral labor agreements. I think the document elaborates the process of drafting, negotiation, monitoring and evaluation, and how all this process can be as transparent as possible, as participatory as possible, and in this specific case, even how the social partners can take part throughout the process. Maybe I will leave that at this point. And when it comes to public availability of the documents, I think we need to ask ourselves fundamentally, what is the purpose of bilateral labor agreements? I think that's the fundamental question that we need to ask ourselves. Are these documents meant to promote and protect rights of migrant workers? And if that is the purpose, and if these documents are not available, if migrant workers are not aware of what is in the provisions of those documents, how are they going to claim and defend their rights? So I think we need to put the purpose and the objective beforehand. We understand government negotiated texts are highly of confidential nature, but in the context of labor migration and the challenges we are facing now, we also need to see this in light of the purpose of this document. If it is about more protection, about empowering migrant workers, they should be able to know what is in there, and also the general public.
Okay, thank you, Ephraim, for that elaboration. And last but not least, I want to invite Agnes to respond to the question. I'm sure you have thoughts and ideas to add, which would be more informative and helpful for the session.
Thank you very much. Again, like very quickly, on regulating, the digital jobs, really, really important. And I look forward to really looking at that brown paper. I don't know why it's not called a white one. But when we are talking about even decent jobs, in this area, it's actually very, very critical because these people don't sleep. You are aware that some of these digital jobs are really, people work overnight. Because, for example, even when you are working with people in different time zones, I don't know how many of you, because I've had people also talking about like if your employer doesn't let you rest on a weekend, even past working time, how many of us have decent jobs in that? So you can imagine now in this area, which is even not regulated. And sometimes the young people mostly can get excited because it is the dollar, because you exchange it, but it is really peanuts. And you find that the people who are benefiting are really benefiting more. And that is robbing our countries even from those resources that we could. And the low-skilled and even our professionals so that they can, earn more. So critical on that. And also speaking about BLAs, I think sometimes in negotiating, sometimes when we hide those agreements, it's because of sometimes those power relations in negotiations. Because if you negotiate when you have power and you're negotiating as a bloc, it will be clear. So sometimes you may be afraid because you know what, you're hiding maybe something which should be in the open if you negotiated together, as a bloc. So those are just like things of thought that we can look, into as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Kindly give the team a hearty applause. Thank you very much for keeping me company, and I want to thank you all for being very attentive, and we look forward to carrying on the discussion tomorrow and the day after. Clap for yourselves. Thank you very much.
I think we should also give Commissioner a hearty applause. Commissioner, thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the specialists who are up there on the podium. I have a proposition. Let's have a break for 10-15 minutes for a cup of tea and coffee, so that for us to catch up with the time for tomorrow's monumentous task of not just having new presentations, but also drafting a communique. I request that at least we make presentations for the first set of the 4 countries before we break for today. It's an appeal to IGAD chair. Can we have a coffee and then return and just make 1 set of presentations? Then the second set, we can push it to tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam. This is what I propose. We continue the session, because if we go to the break, it will not be good. I would like us to continue.
We continue, and we finish
One time.
Before the coffee.
If we finish and we go to the coffee.
We'll finish one time.
We continue anyway. When we
Parce
go
que,
home,
est-ce que si maintenant nous faisons une pause,
We continue with the presentations for the 4 countries, that is the Republic of Djibouti,
only 2. Republic.
Djibouti and Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, yes.
So those people who have already dashed out for the coffee, maybe they can pick the coffee and come back. Is that a good proposal?
Donc, si vous...
if you're tired, we can have a break.
We go to coffee.
Are people very
Break
tired?
coffee.
Let's get coffee and return. And then, yeah. 10 minutes, and then we come back. And then chair will send you back after about 30 minutes. Then you go home.
Whether you're relaxing at home or out and about, make your music move with you. With Premium, you can download your music at higher quality, listen to songs ad-free, and play them in any order. Tap the banner to learn more.
shall have a short session and then we can call it a day for today. Agnes, please call the delegates inside.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. I would like to welcome you to this last session of the first day. And I know that we are already tired, but we need you to give attention to this presentation because it's very important for us to get the stake talking from all the member states. So I would like to recognize the presence of all the experts from IGAD, our member states. You have the development partners, the donors who are present. So the presentation, the session for today is just a stock taking on the progress made by the IGAD member states. So we have on the program we have Republic of Djibouti and Ethiopia, we have Kenya, and we have Somalia. But according to what we are going to do, we shall have now been given 3 member states who are going to present. So we're going to begin with the Djibouti, and then thereafter we'll follow by Uganda. Therefore, I would like to call all the presenters to come forward so that we can stand. I know Djibouti is on the stage, but I need Uganda to come forward. Ethiopia, come forward. Uganda, please come forward. We need to manage your time. Okay, thank you, Uganda and Ethiopia plus Djibouti. So we don't need to waste time. I think I would like to invite now the presenter from Djibouti to take the stage. But remember that you have only 10 minutes. So I'll be very strict. And when I remain 1 minute, immediately I'll alert you. So please, you're welcome. You can take the stage. Djibouti. Djibouti, we're waiting.
I'm waiting for.
I think he's waiting for the document to be projected. Or the technical team, chair of the session, kindly ask the technical team to project the document.
Can we have a...
I don't know who is projecting, Dave.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to follow the present public of Djibouti. And as agreed with the IGAD, we are going to present all the activities that we have undertaken since the coming into force of the Djibouti Declaration. There's a mic on. There's a mic on the floor. We are saying Djibouti is a strategic crossroads for migration between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, which has a strong influence on its labor market. Djibouti's strategic geographical position makes it a destination, a transit, and a host country for refugees and migrants. Djibouti has a recognized policy of inclusion that we're going to see after. We developed a national strategy for migration within the Ministry of Interior with a 5-year action plan 2022-2027, as well as the implementation of the comprehensive refugee response framework, enabling refugees to access national systems like education, health, and employment. We need to understand that refugees and asylum seekers are about 30,000, but migrants we're at about 300,000. The major challenges we have for Djibouti are national unemployment and migration issues. Managing integration of migrant workers without exacerbating the already very high national employment rate, particularly among the youth, is quite challenging. The youth unemployment, talking about the youth between 15 and 24 years, is about 76%, which is quite high, indicating a major problem integrating the young people into formal employment. Next slide, please. Now here, with regard to some guidance with regard to labor and employment policy in partnership with the ILO, the partner with which we worked on different areas. Adoption of a national policy on occupational safety and health by the National Labor, Employment and Social Security. Council in September 2023, the ILO sent us a consultant, and with the Djiboutian experts, we tried to come up with what we call the national occupational safety and health policies to harmonize the work done at different ministries and institutions concerned with regard to the protection of all workers in their workplaces, and also to come up with a national policy at each ministry or rather enumerating what they are supposed to do with regard to that. And of course, we went through a lot of processes, and this document has been presented to Parliament as a bill. It's the National Assembly that's going to adopt this law, and the head of state is going to promulgate it. But currently, it's been presented at the Parliament. And then we have the preparation of the national strategy on labor and employment. So we had two consultants, one from the national level, the other one from the international level, to draw up the national labor migration strategy. We wanted to have our own strategy at the Ministry of Labor, and there's a workshop that is scheduled to take place on the 17th and 18th November 2025. The way forward is the update of the list of occupational diseases. We already have a list, but this is out of date. It was established in the 1960s, and so we need to update it. Next slide, please. With regard to the ratification and domestication of international labor standards, in March 2025, that's just a few months ago, there was a ratification by the Republic of Djibouti of Convention 181 on private employment agencies of the ILO. It was presented at the National Assembly, it was passed, and it was promulgated by the head of state. And this ratification also adds on the labor code and the decree of 2018 for the regulation of the activities of private employment agencies. So this text adds already on other laws that exist. As a way forward, we need to present the ratification instrument to the International Labour Organization. And this follows once the instrument is signed by the head of state, it's going to be presented to the ILO, and it will come into force, Djibouti becoming a signatory of this convention, and then we're going to start, or rather initiate the activities for the ratification of the two fundamental ILO conventions on occupational safety and health, C-155 and C-87. So we need to ensure that we sign this. On the 10 conventions, we've only signed 8. It's only these 2 that are remaining and which are extremely important. And this is the next phase, we hope. Next slide.
Okay. To conclude.
Okay. With regard to promoting the rights of migrant workers, the situation of the migrant workers, I'm gonna read very fast. The situation of migrant workers is governed by the Labour Code, Article 24 to 30. I will have another opportunity to present to you that. I would like just to say here that migrant workers in Djibouti have the same social rights as Djiboutian workers, and also they have the right to social protection for themselves and their families. They have access also to the General Labour Inspectorate and the National Employment Benefits. They can also participate in trade union activities. We also have a law for the protection of refugees. And the major challenge that we have here is to fight against irregular migration. And most of this irregular migration is the informal sector. And then we need also to ratify the Convention 97 and 143 concerning migrant workers. Next slide. With regard to the promotion of a social dialogue, we have the National Council for Labor, Employment and Social Security that brings together different actors, the government, the workers, civil society, as well as all other actors. We meet 2 times per year. In the month of May and September, it's an opportunity for all the players to present their situation of the social dialogue on the labor market and to put forward their contributions concerning the presentation of the new text. I think the next slide is the last slide. Now, with regard to the promotion and the extension of social protection for all workers, all or regular migrant workers have the same social protection status as Djiboutians, as I said in the previous slides. And this is the article of the Constitution that says that any foreigner who is lawfully on the national territory enjoys the protection of the law in respect of their person and their property. And according to the Labor Code, trade unions shall freely elect their representatives, and members entrusted with the management of administration of trade unions must be Djiboutian nationalities or foreign workers legally established on our national territory and enjoy their civil and other rights. Apart from the right to vote in national elections, a regular migrant worker has all the rights enjoyed by Djiboutian workers. And as I said, we need also to ratify the 2 conventions concerning migrant workers. Now, this is concerning gender equity and equality. The Djiboutian Labor Code prohibits discrimination in employment and pay. We also have the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women that welcome the country's legislative and judicial reforms undertaken by our government. So this is a good signal. And in April 2025, Djibouti signed the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, thus becoming the first member states of the African Union to do so, which is a strong sign of its commitment to combating violence against women and girls. As an opportunity, Djibouti has improved its data collection and set up mechanisms to monitor gender-based violence. And the success rate for girls, I'm talking about education, has sharply increased to 56.3% of girls who completed lower secondary education in 2021. It's doubled actually. In 2009, it was 28.6%. There was a law passed in 2018 that imposed a quota of at least 25% of women on electoral lists, and this was applied during the 2023 elections, and this was praised by the NGO Make Every Woman Count. With the challenges, we still have some inequalities, we still have some gaps in different sectors. Now, the indicators show progress with regard to the way forward. In different areas, education, political representation, awareness, but this progress is incomplete and needs to be monitored more closely. I think we're coming to the end. Now, with regard to strengthening regional coordination, partnerships, and finding, ministerial missions have strengthened regional coordination. The Regional Ministerial Forum on Migration for East Africa and the Horn of Africa, in partnership with the IOM, as well as these kind of conferences that brings together the IGAD members, have really helped us to move forward. The Djiboutian Ministry of Labor has participated in all the activities and has signed all declarations, including those on improving labor migration governance and also on the negotiation of bilateral labor agreements for safe and regular migration channels. Thank you very much for your kind information, or rather attention.
Okay, thank you, Djibouti, for the presentation. You have pointed a lot to progress made. Of course, we talked of the national strategy for migration 2021, and then you talked of occupational safety and health policy, and then employment and labor strategy, and also ratification of some of the conventions that are relevant to migration. Thank you, Djibouti. And I'm still sticking on the issue of time management. So let's manage time. Each participant is given 10 minutes, at least 15 minutes. If you can go, if you can add at least 15 minutes, but don't go beyond that, because we are time back. And this time I would like to give to the Republic of Ethiopia to give his presentation. Please, you're welcome.
Good evening. Okay, I will try to representing Republic of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the implementation of Djibouti Declaration. There are 7 thematic actions. Based on that, we have tried to present all what we have been did on all the issue. First of all, I would try to address the facts and figures. Just as you know, Ethiopia labor dynamics are influenced by multi-international factors. There is population exit more than 120 million with a fast-growing youth workforce, high informal employment, especially in the rural agriculture sector. Ethiopia is sources, transit, and destination country for many migrants. And Ethiopia has more than 29 major migration hotspot zones regardless to migration and other facts. Based on that, we have been different challenges: high overall unemployment, significant gender disparities, and labor market participation and accompanied and separate. Minors are also part of the migrant population. Currently, Ethiopia receiving a large number of deported from Gulf countries, especially KSA. So with regards, we have been reintegrating those migrants with socially, psychosocial, and economic reintegration. In order to combat irregular migration and promote regular migration, that government of Ethiopia has taken different measures, including legal and institutional arrangements. With this regard, our Minister of Labor and Skills has been part of these arrangements. So we come to the first thematic activities, labor and employment policy guidelines. In this regard, we have been key progress updates. The first one was the Ethiopia, the Minister of Labor and Skills, established in 2022. Very young minister, but working a lot of things under good governance of migration. Basically having job creations, labor arrangements, and skill development. These arrangements, why Minister of Labor and Skills established newly. The other one was now the Ethiopian overseas employment is fully managed, digital based. It means Ethiopian labor market information system. So overall system, overseas employment system has been done by this system. The other one was regular updates, such as the National Bank of Ethiopia, Forex directives to simplify remittance and foreign employment progress, boosting diaspora and migrant workers, supported. Collaboration with ILO and better work to promote decent work, skill development, and private sector involvement. The other one point in this key progress supports MSMEs, social dialogues, frameworks for labor governance. There is one initiative, one project in one village. This is very, very, very critical and great initiatives. Now currently we are implementing on this issue. This is very great part of the progress on this area. The other point was mandatory skill training provided at all migrant workers before departure. This is any migrant worker should have been taken these mandatory trainings. To this regard, is more than 500 plus TVH colleges are provided these trainings. There is different opportunities when we come to this thematic area. There is government targeted to create 5.3 million new jobs. Among that, 800,000 created in abroad. We have been previously, last year's experience, we were looking more than 506,000 jobs created in abroad. So with this experience, we have been enhanced the number to create job opportunity in abroad in this current year. There is demographic diversity and also overseas labor demands, refugee inclusion and other related things has been opportunity on these elements. There is some challenges, implementation capacity, informality, illegal migration, skill mismatch, also one part of our challenge. We have been looking different destination countries to having job opportunities for migrant workers, those who have been need job seekers, but who have been such kind of skill mismatching. Why we have been identifying more than 500 TVH colleges to provide such kind of trainings to fill these gaps and also the challenges. And when we come to the way forward, there is implementing the new overseas employment. Nowadays we have been new overseas employment, which was endorsed this year in August 2025, and also having now developed the implementing directive. So we have been implementing this way, strengthening labor inspection and compliance mechanism, fast track employer-driven short TVET courses, including domestic as well as overseas. These cards of we have been working what we have been as looking as for the way forward, and other elements which have been here addressed. The critical point was enhance labor market information system. As mentioned, we have been our own Ethiopian labor market information system. So we try to enhance this system time to time. This was how we have been looking as part of the way forward. When we come to the ratification and demonstration of international labor standard, there is key progress, overseas employment proclamation to regular recruitment, pre-departure protections, and accountability of recruiters, an important domestication step for migration-related labor standard, incorporating and adopting international labor standard, especially from the ILO into national law, strengthening worker representation and industrial relations through initiatives such as Better Work Ethiopia. This was the some key progress updates. That when we looking about the opportunity on these thematic areas, there is use bilateral MOUs and destination countries cooperation to protect migrant workers, improve migration and labor mobility, governance through domestication of international standards, attracting foreign investment, enhance worker protection and rights through ratification and demonstration international labor standards aligned with the core ILO convention. There is different conventions that we will try to align with this convention. When we come to the challenge part, reduced enforcement of the labor laws. Most workers are in the informal sector, limited awareness, weak social dialogues, and gender inequality, reduced labor rights, effectiveness, and other vulnerability group insufficiently covered in practice. And other part was what we are looking at these thematic areas challenges. There is the way forward in this regard. We have been strengthening institutional and expand legal coverage to include informal and domestic workers, enhance social partner engagement. Without social partner engagement, we couldn't have been minimize the challenging parts to this regard. We enhance the social partners engagement, integrates decent work goal with national development plan, and regularly update the labor laws, expand bilateral agreement with the priority destination countries. Based on this, we have been just like working on this area. We have been for a long period of time for destination countries. Nowadays, we also working to endorse those previous destination countries, including skilled and semi-skilled manpowers. Based on that, we also sign the amended bilateral agreement with Jordan and also with the remaining 3 countries under negotiation. We have also the new destination countries, Kuwait and Lebanon, and also we have been 3 companies from European countries. 2 of them are from German Construction Federation, DHM companies. We have been more than 10 destination countries, new destination countries. Those all have been in progress. The last one was we complete all negotiations, but it's left signed. The agreement is debated or discussed as high level. The other point was promotion of rights of migrant workers. There is different key progress. Ethiopia reformed several areas to better protection of migrant workers and expand access to jobs.
You're remaining with 2 minutes.
Okay. The other one was the Mengede app. We have been developed the Mengede app for migrant workers. This helped them. Thanks ILO, it helped them. They provide information and other related things, what they do, what they do not do, and other related things. This app have been provided for migrant workers, different information. There is bilateral agreement with destination countries, other related things. When we come to the placement progress, when we look last 5 years progress, there is time to time, the progress has been more and more. When we look to the last 2 years progress, 2023 and 2024, there is high progress. Why this kind of progress comes from this? That because of we have been doing all overseas employment activities using Ethiopian labor market information system. It's helped us to protect migrant workers and other related things. There is different opportunities and there are challenges, and also the way forward, what was mentioned here. When it comes to promotion of social dialogues, regardless to these dialogues, we have been working different progress, significant progress in social dialogues, improved labor relation driven by cooperation among workers, employers, and government, and other progress has been mentioned here. There is different opportunity to have such kind of promotion of social dialogues. There is strong potential to advance social dialogues, building on better work, Ethiopia's success, and also greater use and human participation ensure inclusive and sustainable dialogues. This is what we have been opportunity. There's different challenges and way forwards. Just you can see it. And also the promotion of extensive of social protection for all. There is its own key progress, opportunities, challenges, as well as the way forward. This was mentioned, what we have been work on this area. This all have been a part of protection of extension of social protection for all. The other one point was promotion of gender equality and equity and equality. With this regards, in our all activities, we have been focusing gender equity and equality. With this regards, we have been approaching 46% women labor force participation. This was the biggest progress updates on these elements. There is different opportunity. There is TVET colleges reforms. We have been more than 500 TVET colleges. Among that, 12 TVET colleges having ISO certification. They have been internationally certified ISO. This helps us filling their skill mismatching parts. So we have been such kind of opportunities and we can see the challenge and the way forward and come to the advantage, advancing regional coordination, participation and financing part. There is key progress updates. There is participating in IGAD Ministerial and Experts Conference among these. And also we have been hosting the second forum in Addis. So we have been participating very well in this area, leading coordination efforts through workshops to operationalize data sharing MOUs among Ethiopian line ministers. We have been data sharing MOUs with more than 11 ministry organizations to having Ethiopian migration data. It's organized by Ethiopian Statistics Service. So such kind of progress, what we have been, this and other kinds. The other one was collaborating with regional initiatives like EU-funded projects to be launched this week. It also one part of the aggregate progress on this regional coordination, partnership, and financing. There is opportunities, as you now mentioned previously in the morning session, and also different panels and presenters has mentioned such kind of opportunities. It's also part of Ethiopia's enhanced regional labor mobility and economic integration through free movement initiatives. This also our opportunities to having advancing regional coordination. There is different challenges and the way forwards. We come to the way forwards. Persistent gender gap is the labor migration with women significantly underrepresented in employment-related mobility, limiting inclusive economic growth, high level of irregular migration along routes such as the Red Sea pathway, resulting in vulnerable exploitation and loss of lives, highlighting gaps in governance and safe migration of options, complex socioeconomic, political and environmental driven mixed migration flow and other related things. The way forward, what we have been having advanced regional coordination, partnership and financing. So based on due to time concentration, this is all about what I'm saying. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ethiopia, for the presentation. I think you hinted all the 7 pillars of the Djibouti Declaration. I would like to now invite the representative of Uganda to take over. Please, you're welcome.
Good evening to you all. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I know it's late, but I'll not take time. I'm just going to present the progress made for Uganda. Yes, the progress mainly on the provisions made on the Djibouti Declaration that was signed on 21st October 2021, and the recommendations that were made on in the second IGAD Ministerial Conference. The progress is as follows. From that time, Uganda was able to sign a rights-based bilateral labor agreement with the Hashemite Kingdom of Qatar. That was done on 1st April 2024. And the second, the ratification of the ILO conventions. On 7th August 2023, the Republic of Uganda ratified Convention 90 on elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. So in that regard, currently we have 3 conventions that have been cleared by the Attorney General for cabinet approval. So these are work in progress, awaiting submission to cabinet, and they are at a technical level. So these are Convention 88 on Employment Services Convention, Convention 181 on Private Employment Agencies Convention, and Convention 1 on Domestic Workers Convention. Then regarding employment and labor, the country has been able to develop the national policy of 2025 that takes cognizance of all the 7 pillars under the Djibouti Declaration. Then we have also been able to revise the National Employment Policy of 2011, and we have further gone ahead to develop the National Employment Strategy, facilitating transition. So documents are and they are waiting approval. Time from now, we are just waiting. Maybe the microphone. Sorry about that. Yes, then in partnership with the ILO, the Republic of Uganda has also developed the labor market information system for compiling and disseminating labor market information. Then in addition, we have also been able to develop the online digital matching platform where job seekers in the country are able to be matched with employers to seek employment. And we had the opportunity to have His Excellency the President to launch these 2 milestones for the country, and also this was done on 1st May this year, and still on the same day we were able the President was also able to launch the 3rd Decent Work Country Program for the period 2025-26 to 2029-2030. So this Decent Work Country Program is mainly to promote decent work as a key component for the country's national development strategy. So in this program, it has key strategies that will mainly look at the promotion of employment, strengthening social dialogue, social protection, gender equality, and addressing decent work deficits in the world of work. So there are a number of activities that are done in this regard to ensure that the implementation of the Decent Work Country Program is made a success. Then regarding social protection, the Republic of Uganda also issued the National Social Security Fund
voluntary contributions and benefits regulations. We had the Act, but then the regulations were finalized in 2004, and this aimed at promoting expansion of social security and enhance social security savings in the world of work. So here, nationals are able to also voluntarily save, not only looking at those that are employed in the formal sector. So the expansion is done actually in this regard. When we look at the protection of migrant workers' rights, in addition to a number of policies and programs, the Republic of Uganda on 28th March this year was able to launch the Migrant Workers Support Center. This is actually located at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development headquarters, and the center provides comprehensive labor support services to migrant workers at the various stages of their labor migration journey. So migrant workers are assisted to make informed decisions on the protection of their rights, integration into the new communities, promotion of safe, orderly, and regular migration. In this regard, migrant workers walk to the center. There is also where they can as well also make calls and inquire on anything related to labor migration before they can actually also make decisions, or those that are in the process are provided with the right information and they are guided. Actually, the person who launched this was our State Minister for Labor and Employment, Esther Anyakun, is the one who launched, with support from IOM. The Migrant Workers Support Center also has a centralized returning migrant workers database. We realize that returning migrant workers return and they have different challenges. So with this database, they are able to fill in some information regarding their experiences while abroad and the support they may need. So it becomes a little easier to target them based on the demand that is available, and then we are able to provide them with the services, working together with development partners, ministries, and all the agencies that can provide the support. In this regard, we've been able to support over like 35 returning migrant workers into technical vocational institutes, and some of them have gone back to do some short courses, and later we are actually now looking at linking them to employers who can support them, and also programs where they can be able to get some startup capital and proceed to have some employment. Then we have also been able to establish a call center with a migrant helpline under the Saudi and the online complaints module. Here, migrant workers, wherever they are, whether within the country and are processing for work, or whether they are abroad, they are able to call in, and if they have any complaints, any issues that they need support on, we are able to provide this kind of support through these different modules that are available, and they are assisted in this regard. So in conclusion, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. I would like to thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Uganda, for completing in time. Now we have come to the end of our presentation, and I hope you were following the three presentations. So we are now coming to questions and clarifications, and because of time, I'll just limit to 3 or maximum 4 questions or clarification. And then you be to the point. Don't beat around. So the room is now opened for you for questions and clarification to the 3 presentations. I'm sure you had been following all of them and you have noted some questions. So please, you're welcome. Yes, at the corner. Ida.
Should I go ahead, Chair? Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presenters. Question for Djibouti. I'm happy to know that you're in the process of ratifying Convention 97 and Convention 143. In this regard, how far have you gone, and where are you with it? Because I know we have been discussing Convention 181, as you rightly said, and it's been the process for a long time. So if you can update us on that. Then my question to Ethiopia, I'm very happy to note also that a lot of negotiation is happening on bilateral labor agreement. But in terms of monitoring and implementation of this bilateral agreement, where are you with it? Because I feel like, I mean, this is not applicable only for Ethiopia, but the region generally. I feel like there's a lot of bilateral agreement being signed, but when it comes to implementation and monitoring, it doesn't seem to happen a lot, at least to the best of my knowledge. So in that regard, where are you with it? I'd appreciate to hear from you. Thank you.
Next, yes. Okay, Djibouti said he has not captured the question that you asked. Proceed not.
Ask him to put on, he was not putting on his headset. Huh?
Good. Okay. My question is happy to note in terms of ratification of Convention 97 and 143. Djibouti as a transit as well as destination country, it's a major, it will be a major achievement if you do ratify this convention. But I know we have been in the process of support. I mean, we have been supporting you in terms of ratification of Convention 181, but it has been stalled a bit for a while, as you know. Where are you as a country in terms of the ratification of Convention 181? Thank you.
Yes, next.
Mr. Moderator, my question will be forwarded to Uganda, Lillian. We've been hearing a lot about the good relationship that you do have with employers in Uganda, one of our constituents. And even the second AGM of CIA was held in your country in Kampala. And there were lots of examples, good examples, that you have with the employers, Federation of Ugandan Employers. Now, what we'd like to know as Confederation of IGAD Employers is how far have you engaged the employers when it comes to BLMA negotiation? Earlier, the ILO Director, His Excellency Daba, was also concerned about this thing. So we want to bring your example to the region and other constituents of CIE. So could you please elaborate how far you have engaged employers when you deal with like Qatar and other GCC countries when it comes to BLMA? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. At the back. If we don't have, I think we can answer this trick.
There's a question.
Chair, welcome.
Very much, moderator. I have a question for Ethiopia. The presenter said that Ethiopia signed a bilateral agreement with different countries such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar. and he talked about figures. I was seeing at the end, there was some other 10 countries. There was Japan, South Korea. Did Ethiopia also sign bilateral labor agreements with these countries? And the figures that you talked about with regard, what would they concern exactly, the figures with regard to these bilateral agreements you're talking about?
So nothing, you give the opportunity to the presenters to give the answers to. We begin with the Djibouti. In regard to question on the ratification of the Convention 181, the clarification to that.
Thank you very much, moderator. With regard to Convention C181, the national level, this document has been presented at the National Assembly and was presented also to the Cabinet because this is what we have to do with regard to any treaty convention, and it was presented to the head of state who actually promulgated it, and it's effective because it was published in the official gazette. That the issue now is we need a roadmap explaining, or rather a letter, official letter informing the ILO Director Regional that we have signed this convention. This is the only thing that we have to do, and that the head of state is going to write this official notification letter, and we will have finalized the signature of this convention. I hope to have answered your question, Madam Ida.
Okay, that was the answer from Djibouti, and then now we give the opportunity to Ethiopia. Because there are two questions in regard to the bilateral labor agreements, say in terms of monitoring, where are you? And then the other is in regard to also GCC countries, the bilateral labor agreements you made. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you. Regards to the first question, the issue of monitoring and evaluation, the way of implementation of bilateral agreements. Yeah, in the previous such kind of gaps we have, but nowadays we start how we implement, and after our signing the agreement, what kind of strengthening as well as weakness on the implementation of the BLA. To this regards, there is, we have been gap bits. Nowadays we start such kind of monitoring and evaluation, even if we have been experienced on such kind of assessments before before 2 months in KSA, to now such kind of implementation, as well as bilateral discussion regarding to the new BLS having including skill and semi-skilled manpower. To this regard, we have been start this kind of ways, and also we will be continuing. The challenge part was it requires finance. To this regard, we have been engaging or inviting partners, but we have been open to monitor our implementation after signing the agreement. Unless other one, we couldn't have been protect our migrant workers. So we have been such kind of plan, and also we start monitoring and evaluation, including due diligence assessment. This was what we have been. Not only this, before signing the agreement and also before drafting bilateral agreement on MOU, we made the labor market assessments on destination country to know the labor markets potentials on the destination countries, the sectors, and also the need of skills. based on this assessment, we develop, we draft BLS, and we send for destination countries through Ministry of Foreign Affairs by using diplomatic channel. With regards to have been more than 10 destination countries under progress and still now in the negotiation to be signed, but it's not now currently signed, but it's also under negotiation, the progress. So we have been working such kind of areas because we plan to expand the number of destination countries. This also help us to reduce irregular migration informally, directly as well as indirectly, because we enhance the opportunities. We expand the destination country numbers for job seekers in abroad. Such kind of opportunities we have. People who have been using such kind of platforms due to these kinds of issues, we were working on these areas. These all countries having nowadays under progress in the negotiation. Hopefully, we will try to be signed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. I think you're going to come into the last. Now, Uganda, in regard to your relationship with the employers when coming to, developing these labor agreements, do you involve them? What extent do you relate to them? So please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, the relationship is, of course, a good one. The government ensures that where we have issues to do with employment, labor, it is more of a tripartite. We cannot have an engagement in that respect where the tripartite is not complete. The social partners have to be present and represented, and also we inform them. So at the consultation stage, we ensure that we have all the representatives from the workers, from the employers, and other partners, stakeholders within the different ministries, departments, and agencies, so that we can be able to share, because in most cases we normally have a draft first, then we present it to the stakeholders, and then we pick the views, of course putting into consideration their legal frameworks. At the end of it all, by the time we actually draft, and then before we actually do the final document that can be sent to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we ensure that whatever the provisions are therein take into consideration the stakeholders, but most importantly, the rights of migrant workers. So all the processes are done in a consultative way, and then the document then can be, there are exchanges back and forth until when the final is done. So, but at the point of the actual signing of the bilateral labor agreement, that is where the issue may be, because when you look at states, because as a country, we can go as maybe a delegation with a representative from development partner, from ministry, from even maybe any other entity. But the actual signing of that document, you realize that there are two parties. A government agent, a government representative from one country, and another representative from the other country. But in most cases, we ensure that whatever the provisions, whoever is representing has to ensure that whatever was agreed upon by the stakeholders is really taken into consideration, because at the end of it, all the document will come out and it will be shared by those that are supposed to access it. And of course, I've not seen any case where maybe something has come up, but I believe as a country, when just in case if there is anything that is not clear, the Federation of Uganda Employers or any other entity can raise it, and then later it can be discussed at that point. Yeah, and also we encourage also to have regular monitoring to see whether the agreement that was signed is actually the provisions therein take into consideration the rights of migrant workers. Where there are certain issues, these are discussed in the Joint Technical Committee meetings, and they are taken into consideration. Because with the bilateral labor agreement, there are certain provisions that will not appear there, but they appear in maybe service level agreements for the migrant workers. So because the bilateral labor agreement will not cover each and everything in general, but there will be provisions under which whatever we want to see there will be taken care of in that respect. So that's what I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uganda. I think we have come to an end. We have come to an end of our presentation. Yes, I will come to that. We have come to the end of our presentation. I would like to thank you all for listening. I know it was not easy because it's a little late, and also thank these experts for the great work that they've done. So from here, I invite IGAD Secretary Representative to come and give us direction. Where are we going from here?
Thank you so much, Republic of South Sudan, for chairing the session so ably. We can give our chair a very good hand clap. And also to our panelists, the presenters, thank you very much for such rich presentations on the progress we've made on implementation of Djibouti Declaration. Now, distinguished delegates, we've come to the end of our day one. Thank you very much for such consistency and a lot of work today. I think we packed ourselves very hard. And we just have one announcement on facilitation of your transport, and Samuel will give us the highlights of it and instructions. And tomorrow we'll begin 9 sharp. 9 sharp. So be here 8:45, sit on your seat, and 9 sharp we'll have the screen working. Thank you.
Okay, just to give you a highlight on the logistics. There are arranged shuttles outside this hotel. It will take you to your hotels where you're staying, so you can identify with the tags in the front of the buses, and also liaise the pickup time for tomorrow morning, so that you can be here on time with the drivers. And thank you, and wish you a good evening.
Thank you so much. Sorry. For those who are looking for content, your pictures, the presentations that have been made today, we want to send you to the conference landing page, igad.int/Labor Conference 2025. igad.int/Labor Conference 2025. You'll find there the pictures, you'll find there the presentations, and all the other content that you need, the speeches that have been given today. Just go to the IGAD website and you will see on your right-hand side, just go to igad.int, you'll find there the page where you can access all the information. Thank you. Just go to the IGAD website, you will see the conference page. Thank you.